Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
At 9:01, roll call.
Supervisor McGorty,
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Here.
Supervisor Hashak,
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Here.
and Chair Williams.
Here. Supervisor Haschak, would you be willing to lead us in the pledge?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Agenda item 2, public expression. Do we have any callers in the queue?
We do. First in the line is Carrie Shattuck, followed by Travis Gilmore, Tony Rakes, Blair Auckland, and Ron Edwards. Carrie, you can begin speaking when you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, Board. I see you all are going to adopt yet another resolution in Agenda Item 3H to keep us locked out of our meetings. Let's keep in mind that this is an election year. How are people going to elect you when they've not been able to interact with you at any meetings? How are you going to campaign? Virtually? How will you do community outreach? You're welcome to come to my town halls if you'd like to actually interact with those you represent face to face. I have several people that are running for office attending and campaigning there. Do you realize how absurd all of this is? The hypocrisy? The Super Bowl is being held in California, but we're in a state of emergency per Newsom and his tyranny that you are all complying with. None of this is consistent. You all are going about your daily lives, eating out, traveling, attending conferences, yet we still have closed meetings for almost 2 years. We, the people, whom you are supposed to be representing and quite frankly, failing at, are uniting and are on a mission to restore our republic. Do you comprehend the words of the Pledge of Allegiance that you all just did at the beginning of each meeting? Liberty and justice for all. Liberty means freedom. This board keeps approving resolutions that are exactly the opposite of freedom and justice. My next town hall is this Sunday at the 6th at 2 o'clock in Ukiah at 306 North Main Street, Suite 201 in the Victory Theater. I'm encouraging you, all of you, to stop being afraid and hiding behind your screens from those you are supposed to be representing. The longer you are unavailable to us during these unprecedented times, the more people are going to remember how you failed to be there for us during these unprecedented times. Is this how you want your service to our county to be remembered? I wouldn't. Thank you for your time.
Next on the line is Travis Gilmore.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good morning, Chair Williams, Board of Supervisors, CEO Angelo, Travis Kilmer, Disaster Recovery Field Operations Coordinator with the PERM Division here to provide you with a brief update on Hopkins fire recovery. As you may have witnessed, the state-assisted debris removal program has been up and running for about a month now. In total, we received 21 right of entry permits, and we had 9 properties opt for a private cleanup process. As of this morning, debris has been cleared from 15 of the properties enrolled in the state program, with another that is in progress, 1 that is ready to be cleared, 2 that require asbestos testing and abatement before debris removal operations can begin, and 1 that only requires hazard tree removal. All of the properties will need to have their soil sampled to ensure that all contaminants have been removed, or they may be subject to rescrapes. Soil samples have been taken on 13 properties to date, but the results are still pending. The remaining properties will have their soil tested as they are cleared of debris and teams become available to take the samples. Vehicle adjudication is set to begin tomorrow, February 2nd. Our local California Highway Patrol office plans to send out 2 officers to complete that process so that all destroyed vehicles can be removed. You may have noticed that there are burned vehicles stacked up on plastic near the roads in the burn scar. This was done to keep debris removal crews on schedule, as we had planned for vehicle adjudication to be completed last month, but COVID staffing issues with the Highway Patrol office pushed our timeline back a bit. Hazard tree operations will begin after all the debris removal is completed. Currently, 106 trees have been identified as eligible for removal as part of the state program. There are an additional 3 properties that were late to opt into the program, which still require hazard tree assessments, so those numbers will likely rise. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them for you now.
Supervisor McGordy.
Just a comment to thank Travis and Darcy for their work. They've been totally on top of this, and this has moved along relatively smoothly for all the affected property owners. And it's an example of what good government looks like in the face of an emergency.
Next in the line is Tony Rakes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Tony Rakes. I'm the operations manager for the county's information technology department. And I'm here today to speak a little on the county's upcoming migration to Microsoft Office 365. So this initiative, with support and prioritization from this board, is a significant undertaking, not only with our information technology department, but also for the county as a whole. This initiative, in collaboration with our Sheriff's Office IT unit, is a fundamental shift in the way that our county will function. And our department here and all of our staff here are incredibly excited to be a part of this implementation and this initiative. There are many tools, there are many processes that stand to be improved by this migration, and that includes our email from our existing email client, Micro Focus GroupWise, to Outlook, the implementation of better collaboration software like Microsoft Teams or SharePoint stands to have massively positive impacts on the way our county does business. And that's something we take a great amount of pride in as this internal service department, this information technology department. And the opportunity for us to implement and improve upon the tools that our county staff uses allows us to build and complement the good and hard work that our county staff does. And so if we can make their jobs and their lives even a little bit easier with these sorts of initiatives, we can focus on, and county staff can focus on what's important, what's really important, which is supporting our communities. So I want to say thank you to this board for your support in launching this initiative and for this exciting and very positive journey for our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Jordy.
Tony, does county IT see Microsoft Office 365 with the Teams software, et cetera, as something that will help county departments, employees within a department or employees who are in multiple departments work together on projects?
If I may, through the chair, yes. With the implementation of Teams, we stand to gain so much in terms of collaboration and sharing between county departments. It's almost night and day comparatively to what we have available now to us. And just the mere ability to, at a simple click of a button, share and communicate and collaborate with all the different county agencies is something that we are incredibly excited for, and I think will be a massively positive impact for the way we work internally.
I also want to express my gratitude. While we were sheltering, dealing with a pandemic, IT was busy working on modernization, and even a small percentage increase across more than 1,000 employees has a big return. We all know that we need to do more with the budget we have. We're not likely to see it grow significantly. I think this is a shining example of how we can squeeze more efficiency out of the limited budget we have. So thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
So University of California switched to Office 365 about 4 years ago. It's a wonderful system, and I think everyone will find it much more easy to use for email and such. So looking forward to implementation.
Do we have more public expression?
We do. Next on the line is Blair Eclair. Blair, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready. We're going to move on to Ron Edwards, and then we'll let Blair try again.
Supervisor McGordy, do you still have your hand up?
Not intentionally.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Good morning, board. Looks like a packed day today. I hope that going forward, when you do look at meetings going forward, we are 2 years into this COVID thing, and we still haven't improved the technology or the access for the public to actually comment. There is ample access to figure out items ahead of time, but if you are actually watching the meetings as you guys are participating and paying attention, unlike when we were able to meet in chambers, if there was an item that came up that was of interest, you were able to fill out a comment card, stand up and speak. And I would hope at some point going forward that we would have the ability to just sign up to comment, and there would be a way of raising a hand or something that if you wanted to comment, you would be able to, because right now it's iffy if you hear an item, if you can get a telecomment in time to actually make a comment on that. So I'd appreciate addressing that. Also, the hemp program is being renewed. I don't know if that is going to be discussed of how that's going, ways to get more people to participate. And I don't know if that would be something on the cannabis meeting on the 15th to incorporate. But I'm really excited about that program. Got off to a slow start last year. There was not a lot of information out to the public to get a lot of people to apply. So I hope that we can get that going forward this year and have more applicants. It would give farmers a little, maybe a different option, especially when they're looking at cost, and maybe they want to fallow a cannabis operation and see if they can go forward with hemp. In other words, to preserve their farm. So thank you. Appreciate the time.
On the line is Blair Eclair. Blair, if you can please unmute. All right, so we'll be passing on. We have one voicemail.
Good morning. Susan Tibbin, lovingly and legally. Public expression. We wholeheartedly support all of the recommendations brought forth by Hannah Nelson and the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. These recommendations are the only viable path for small farmers to continue. They offer a way out of a Byzantine and torturous path that either by omission or commission the county has imposed upon us. Please work with us, and thank you for this opportunity to speak and for your continued engagement. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Item 6, clerk, can you describe any modifications to the agenda since the original publication?
There have been no modifications to the agenda. There have been a few attachments uploaded, one of which being Supervisor Mulhern's supervisor report. It was uploaded this morning.
Okay, moving on to item 3, consent calendar. Do any supervisors have items to pull for comment or separate consideration? Not seeing any. Do we have public comment?
We do. On the line is Ron Edwards.
Good morning, board. I am sorry, I combined my two comments. I was really wanting to address the issue of getting the ability to be able to address issues during the meetings rather than ahead of time. But thank you very much for your time.
That concludes public comment.
Supervisor McGorty.
I just wanted to mention on item 3B, acceptance of informational report from the Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District. I encourage everyone to read that if they haven't. It's, Jim Maston wrote a very nice letter and also included a PowerPoint about the bridge, and also recognizing Jim Eddy, who spent quite a bit of time on that board, and I had no idea he was the last person to go through and pay a toll. And so Mendocino has had important role in the Golden Gate Bridge, and I think it's worth recognizing that.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, I'd like to recognize the proclamation 3A for the birthday of Ms. Edie Cicerelli, Willits resident, for her 114th birthday. So there will be a birthday party this Saturday in Willits, and all are welcome. It's a drive-by birthday party. Anyway, she's a great spirit, incredible person, and she's no longer dancing like she used to, but she's still alive and well and very with it.
I invite a motion.
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion
we're on
carries
to
unanimously.
We're on to item 5A, and this is regarding the strategic planning process. And Supervisor Haschak, would you like to introduce it?
Well, this has been a process that started in January of last year. So we were looking at another draft of it. And I think Supervisor McGorty and I have been working closely with the task force, and thank you to everyone who's been working on this. So I hope it's a lively discussion and relevant to what we do as a county today. Supervisor McGorty, if you'd like to add anything.
I just want to thank everybody who's participated. We've had, you're going to see in our summary who we've reached out to, and it has input from a lot of different people. Still people are sending in suggestions, which I appreciate, and we are holding on to those and cataloging them. And especially thanks to kind of our steering committee and everybody who's participated internally on this document, and finally to our consultants. So looking forward to our discussion this morning.
Any comments from staff? Would the consultants like to give an introduction?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Ann Wolgard, project manager for the strategic planning process. We are thrilled to be here. And I guess the one thing that I'd like us to be thinking about today is what do you need in order to be able to endorse and vote yes and follow through and implement on this plan when it comes back to you for a final vote. Today, we're just here for discussion and your input. And I want to explain my excitement in the fact that the only term I can think of is responsible optimism, because I am not crazy optimistic that we can accomplish everything we dream about, but I do think we can do so much better if we are focused in what we're doing and if we all understand what we're focused on together. So this is an aspirational plan. It will get narrower and narrower as the implementation team realizes what is and is not possible, and as the board reprioritizes as time goes on. Not reprioritizing by throwing the whole thing out, reprioritizing by, okay, here's a new funding source. How should we spend that within the confines of our 4 pillars and what we really need to do over the next 5 years? So I'm optimistic the plan is aspirational, and we all know that we're adults here. We know that we can't have everything all at once, but we also know that if we don't spend time trying to come to consensus and prioritizing, that we're really just going to swirl around in the muck. So thank you for the opportunity, and can't wait to hear what you have to say about what the public and staff and you all have put together. So
I have a question. What percent of this plan does staff believe, or do the sponsors believe, we can pull off over the next 5 years with the funding that we have identified today? How much of this plan can we actually implement?
oh, that's I don't know. Maybe the facilitators or maybe Supervisors Haschak or McGordy have a number in mind. I don't have a number in mind myself.
I would just say, Supervisor Williams, this is Gary, that we didn't poll people at the end of the process, but everything that's on the plan has been supported by multiple stakeholders and vetted by multiple stakeholders. So I think as we go through and we talk about this in terms of a 5-year implementation, there might be some choices 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now that'll change what's on the list. But I do feel strongly that what's on the list represents what's in the hearts and minds of a lot of your constituents.
So Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, and I think that if we look at it like this is our roadmap, this is where we want to go, these are the things we've agreed upon, then these are what we need to shoot for. You know, some things might not cost anything, some things might be too expensive for us. We're going to have to prioritize those things. So it's hard to say, well, we can do 50% of them or we can do 90%, because I don't think that's going to be our process. I think what we need to be doing is really looking at them and then prioritizing them, see how to implement them, and see what the cost of implementing them will be. And when we do that process, we will be able to, as we go down the road, see what the funding is, see what's available, where can we go for grants, all those kind of things that might make, 95% of them happen. Or if we don't do that approach, we'll be stuck at 10%, right? So I guess it's the process that we're looking at.
John, I really want to support this. I want it to pass unanimously. I couldn't support it today. What you're describing, I think, is a really important part. It's sort of the planning element of the strategic plan. Looking at this list of great ideas, a want list, and figuring out how much of it we can afford and how to rank it, how to prioritize. And if this can go back to the ad hoc for a follow-up implementation plan, I could get behind it. Without that, I feel like I'm uncomfortable that we're sending a message that we can do far more than we can. Looking at the plan, my best guess is maybe 5 to 10% we could actually afford. And if that's the case, it'd be great to rank which 5 or 10% does the public want us to actually execute first. Supervisor McGordy.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth. I think the next phase is that we do go back with the ad hoc and start to figure out our priorities for implementation. And the first step is to figure out what things are important to us, and that's kind of a wish list. Then the next step after that is what can you actually do, and that becomes the sort of the hard work of implementing a strategic plan. But if we show up to work every day, we know there's stuff to do. We know that we will stay busy. The question becomes, what do we think is really priority to accomplish with our limited resources? Is that where strategic plans come in? I mean, that's the whole point. Can we do everything on the list? Do we have enough money? Probably not. Are there some things we can do? Yeah, probably. Are there going to be opportunities for funding to implement some of these things? Yes. And we got to be ready and aware when those things come up. I look at what happened with fire departments as an example. In the last year, the Mendocino County put in close to $4.5 million, I think, into improving fire departments in the county. Under your leadership, spending $1 million on training facilities and upgrading the equipment for Redwood Valley and Potter Valley as examples of how we've invested, and we knew that was a need following the fires. That's the kind of things that we couldn't have done probably in 2017, but we found a way to do it. And that's exactly what strategic planning is about, is figuring out what are really important things to keep our county well. And that's next phase.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, I totally agree that we need to go to the next phase with this. You know, we need to figure out the implementation plan. I would certainly welcome working with Supervisor McGordy again as this next phase of the ad hoc and the strategic plan, because we do need to figure out what are our priorities, how we're going to implement them, and what the cost will be.
Director Mulgard.
I think that if we get into the presentation, you'll see that the first part of the presentation is about implementation suggestions, and that is the next stage. It's always been the next stage. It was supposed to start in January, but we ended up about a month behind. So that's what February, March, April, and on will be, both a reporting template and how are we going to organize ourselves to seek those other funding opportunities and keep prioritizing and reprioritizing, because that's the board's job. I mean, unless we have a money machine, that's the main job of the board is to do that kind of reprioritization work based on the changing conditions of our community here in Mendocino County. So I think if the facilitators can, if you're ready, start walking us through some of these implementation suggestions. And then a quick review of what the public and staff have told us, and we can hear your input along the way.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
I'd like permission to share screen. May I do that?
Yes.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and view that in full screen. Everyone can see that?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. Let me share the agenda with you today. We're going to give you just obviously a quick overview of the planning process, where we've been. And then, as Ann said, we're going to talk about the outreach methodology first. Instead of waiting to the end, we'd like to start with that in the beginning to share with you some ideas that have come from other counties. And Gary will share his conversation that he had with the CAO of Sonoma County as far as what's working for implementation. We will talk about the outreach that we've done, and we'll also talk about the very specific goals and objectives of the 4 priorities, where they land now after so much feedback. And then throughout this process, it'll be very iterative, in that we'll want to get feedback from you. So it's not like we'll wait till the end. There are many points in here that we're going to intentionally stop and ask for your feedback. So Gary, just share a little bit with everybody where we are in the process.
So we have worked our way, thanks BJ, through this timeline that's on the left, really starting with one-on-one conversations with the supervisors to start framing the plan. So the plan is organized around the priorities that you all shared with us back in the summer. And from that time, we've talked to department heads to get more concrete goals and objectives identified, then shared those with employees, and through both focus groups, one-on-one conversations, as well as a survey, received a lot of employee input that helped us refine and add, frankly, to the plan. And then went out to the community and got more input from the community through conversations, focus groups, town hall meetings as well. And so we believe it's quite a full plan, as several of you have noted, but we believe that it's filled with important objectives that have been identified by community members, by employees, and starting with yourselves. And now we're at a place where we're prepared to recommend some implementation ideas and then advance it towards your approval. On the right, and this is just a refresher, the plan is organized in these categories. There are 4 pillars or strategic priority areas, and that's the organizing framework for the plan. And underneath each of those pillars or priority areas, there's multiple goals. And then underneath the goals, are concrete objectives. And those look much more like initiatives or a little more tactical, close to the ground that could be assigned and accomplished. Some of those require funding to your conversation. Some of those don't. Some of those, they all require some human capacity, but not all require additional dollars. And then finally, the action planning will take place during the implementation phase. So that would be the details of who does what to accomplish the individual objectives. So we are at a place now where we'd like to talk through some of those implementation ideas, as well as understand what excites you and what some of your priorities are in the existing document.
Thank you, Gary. As we do in all of these presentations to you, we really want to thank and honor the task force members who have been participating from the beginning. And I'm excited to say that all but 2 of them are on the call today. We've got Ann Mulgard, our project manager, whom you know very well. Buffy Barasa is here from Behavioral Health and Recovery Services. Katie S. Ford is not here, I believe, with Human Resources. Elizabeth Garcia is here with Agriculture. Eisen Locatelli is here with Probation. Michael Oliphant is not here. Planning and Building. Megan Van Sant from Social Services is here. Obviously, you know our 2 supervisors who've been involved as ex officio members, Supervisor McGordy and Hashak. And then we've added a really new, wonderful asset to the team, Maya Stewart from Public Health. So we're delighted for the participation and leadership from everyone on this task force. Thank you so much. So the outreach that we've done, just to summarize for you, we had 3 virtual town hall meetings. Thank you for those of you who participated. There were 206 individual community members who participated, and we did those in the evenings of January 4th, 5th, and 6th. We did 6 community focus groups, and there were 46 individual community members. We intentionally wanted those groups small. They were targeted so that we could have some in-depth conversation. We met with leadership from cities and towns, community-based organizations, businesses, public safety, healthcare, and we had a special group of Latino community service providers. So we had a total of about 330 email responses and comments that we received. In addition, we've been having individual interviews with tribal council leaders, one-on-one employees, and focus groups. So we had a total of about 41 employees for in-depth conversation. We got survey responses back from 432 surveys, and the task force has been meeting twice a month and reviewing all the feedback and making suggestions as far as what public comment, what public suggestions and ideas should go into the plan. Obviously, we couldn't put everything in, but that's what their role has been. Now, to refamiliarize you with the priorities or pillars, in the center, we have an effective county government organization. And as we've shared with you before, that is really key. That's the real keystone to our success. Without an effective county government organization, we really can't achieve the other 3 priorities. And those other 3 priorities are to have a safe and healthy county, to have a thriving economy, and a prepared and resilient county. And we'll go ahead and drill down on all of those in just a little bit. But first, Carrie, let's talk a little bit about some implementation suggestions, and then we'll get some feedback from the supervisors about these.
So actually, you set this up really nicely, talking about implementation. And we wanted to lead with this topic because we know it's so central to it. It's on everybody's minds now that the draft of the plan is almost complete. What you'll see on the next few pages are ideas primarily gleaned from the work with Sonoma County. I think most of you know I facilitated the project there. BG and I have also worked with other large nonprofits, other government entities, and some of these ideas are actually quite similar to what other organizations do. In no case have we ever facilitated a plan that's done the financials before the plan was cooked. The financials and the implementation strategies come afterwards, and like some of you have already suggested, some items might fall off the plan during the next 5 years. Some will rise in terms of relative priority to others. But in any case, I think what's most central to implementation is having clear lines of responsibility. One person can't do it all, so it means multiple people are involved with clear roles to get this done. What the county did in Sonoma, and what most organizations do, is have one senior leader responsible as a project manager for implementation. In a county environment, because your plan is divided into pillars or these 4 priority areas, 1 or even 2 supervisors could sponsor, if you will, these priority areas and function in a similar way to an ad hoc and work to support the different goals and objectives in that pillar. What Sonoma County did is they assigned analysts from the CEO's office to one of the 4 priorities. So there was financial and analytic support coming from the CEO's office to the pillar. And then within the pillar, there were obviously multiple objectives, and leads were assigned to every objective. So every item on the plan was assigned a name. And that person, that lead, was responsible to create project timelines, identify the resources, and what does success look like. So they were really the making a project plan for every item they were assigned. And then periodically, the leads would get together with the analysts and their supervisors to create a pillar team or priority team to discuss progress under each of those 4 areas. And they reviewed them, and frankly, some objectives that were no longer seen as priorities got dropped off the list. But again, we have a 5-year timeline. These pillar teams are meeting quarterly to check in on progress. Are the resources available? Is this still important as we thought it was when we got the input back in 2021 and so on? So clear lines of responsibility are really central to this. BJ, if you could go on, we'll talk about some other elements. So as you can appreciate, with having these pillar teams, the pillar teams are looking at timelines and really monitoring progress for each of these different objectives. And they had simple kind of semaphore charts, Excel spreadsheets with green, yellow, red, indicating are we on track, at risk, off track, and so on. And then periodically they'd sit down and review all the items in their pillar to check the status and find out where are we stuck, where do we have clear sailing, what do we need to reprioritize, and so on. But with the supervisor's help in each of these pillar areas, they're able now to mark progress, and then their plan is for an annual public meeting to share with the public literally how far we've come on this plan, what we're accomplishing, what we're taking off the list, and so on. The funding obviously is a big question for all of us as we put items on this list, and the leads are responsible for literally pricing out what does it cost to accomplish this objective. If I have my name as a lead next to an objective, I'm creating the project plan, I'm identifying the required funding, and so on. And I'm going back to my pillar team to identify, hey, here's where I think the money can come from, here's how long that'll take, and that factors in to the timeline. One of the items that's showing up in our plan is how do we better leverage funding across departments in Mendocino County. And I know that's a priority in Sonoma as well. How can we stretch these dollars and encourage cooperation and collaboration across department boundaries? And what they're discovering is that this the strategic planning process is really useful in that regard, because it's forcing these conversations. People that are working in the same pillar on similar kinds of objectives are now collaborating to find money together. The leads are the ones responsible for applying for the funding, and Sonoma, frankly, has a contract with an external consultant that is looking for grants and provides a monthly report for various grants that are in line with the priorities in their strategic plan. So they're scanning the horizon looking for this funding. The leads are responsible for applying for it, but the analysts from the CEO's office are providing support on that too. And then again, routinely, they're looking at the dollars as well. And with a 5-year time frame, there's enough time to respond to some of these grants, and it might not mean they can do it this month or next month or even next quarter. But if they believe they can get that money, they can put it into the timeline, into the plan, and nail it when the dollars come. And then finally, what they've been very clear about is not only the routine involvement of the supervisors is important in these quarterly meetings, but even the work on the dais in terms of what's coming on the agenda and how does that fit with the priorities we declared in our strategic plan. So they're asking that new items that come in front of the board, all items that come in front of the board, have some tag on it that identifies which part of the plan they're related to. And when they're being asked for new money, they're looking very closely at how does this fit with what we said our strategic priorities are. And the idea here is that let's resist going after the new shiny object and really stick with the priorities we said were most important to us. So again, a lot of this is from Sonoma County, but quite a bit of it in line with what we're seeing with some other government entities as well as large nonprofits. And I think the question we just wanted to start engaging you on is, as you look at these ideas, what strategies resonate for you? What strategies might work well to guide the implementation of the plan in your county? We know not all counties are alike, but what's possible in terms of designing an implementation strategy and assigning responsibilities and so on in your county?
Hey, Gary, can we pause for just a moment? We have a couple questions. Supervisor Mulhern.
I didn't have a question. I was just ready to give some input. So if there are people with questions, that's fine.
Are we almost through the slides, or is there a lot more?
Well, this is the first discussion point on implementation. Okay. The subsequent slides are really a review of the plan and give you a chance to talk about what your priorities are in the existing draft.
So Supervisor Mulhern, and then I'd like to hear from supervisors whether they'd like to go through all the slides. I tend to read all the attachments on the agenda. If we're all up to speed, maybe we could discuss instead of read the slides. Supervisor Mulhern.
I'm team reading the slides in advance, so thank you for that. And one of the things that I was considering as I was reviewing the plan and as we've had this discussion as a community is that there are really many opportunities for this to be brought back forward and always be front of mind for everybody within the agency and with the community. I think for the Board of Supervisors, reviewing when the department head reviews are done at the beginning of the year, we go through with each of those department heads, they really should be very knowledgeable in not only what the community feedback said, those 56 pages, and how they can implement those changes within their department. But the board can take that opportunity each year to really have that discussion with those department heads. How is what you're doing in your department aligning with the strategic plan? And of course, as we do our budgeting process each year, and as we review the budget throughout the year, there are always going to be opportunities for us as board members and for our department heads and our team members to really talk about how the work that they're doing is aligned with the strategic plan.
Supervisor Jordy.
So I very much support what Supervisor Mulhern just outlined as a good starting point specifically for the departments and the board's interaction with the department heads. I also like the suggestions of the ad hoc committee and the working group of assigning particular items to particular supervisors to work with all the departments and to work with key people in the CEO's office on implementation. Just as a kind of fleshing this out a little bit, we are all on a number of external boards and committees, and we, through those boards and committees, often learn of funding sources. And honestly, we're just spending a lot of time on those subject areas. And I think it would make sense for us to take advantage of all that work that we're putting in those other boards and the information that we have from those to allow us to assign supervisors to specific topics that they're already working on, because they bring so much more to those topics. So to do that, though, I think we couldn't just assign or have supervisors volunteer for to say a safe and healthy county, there's so many bullet points within that. I think it would make more sense to allow for the flexibility for specific supervisors to take on tasks that are already aligned with what they're doing on those other committees and personal interests. So within any one category, whether it's a healthy community or a thriving economy, individual supervisors may take certain items and other supervisors take other items within that subset. You still might have one deputy CEO assigned to one broad area. And of course, all departments theoretically could be involved in all of these items. But I just think that would be the most practical way to implement it with the supervisors.
Supervisor McGordy.
So this kind of represents a little bit of paradigm shift from the way that we look at our work. We do a lot of these things already, and I agree with Supervisor Dirty that aligning them into the categories makes a certain amount of sense so that we can track what's going on. So rather than just do stuff, now we're doing stuff that's following a plan, which is a really different way of showing how we're making progress in Mendocino County, which a lot of times we don't really have objective measurements of what we've accomplished. And we accomplished a lot. We're really busy. This is a busy board. We keep our executive staff busy. Our departments work pretty hard for us. We look at departments like planning, who we're going to hear from. We really load them up. We give them a lot of things to do. And having some level of measurement and accomplishment collectively is really what this strategic plan is about, a way of reporting it. And it's as far as items on the agenda, it'd be just add to our agenda summaries, what part of the strategic plan does this address? And that's typically what happens with a lot of other organizations when they have meetings. So I think that I agree with Gary that the first step is to kind of organize ourselves into how we're going to implement this, and then the price tag comes when we get a little bit further down the line. It's always tempting to give up at the beginning, and just say, hey, we don't have money for this. Let's just forget it. And I'm not going to do that, Ted. No matter what happens, I'm not going to do that. I believe in this so strongly. One of the reasons why I ran for a board was to try to help us find a clear, organized path forward as an organization. And without strategic planning, I don't know how you can do it. So having come out of two large educational institutions, relatively speaking, the Ukiah Unified School District and University of California, strategic planning is how we work day to day. And so it's not just about money, it's also about how do you work as an organization.
Supervisor McGordy, I tend to agree at a high level. I'm a little bit worried that plan is a proposed or intended course of action, and I see some good ideas here, some goals, but I don't see the step-by-step conception to accomplish those objectives. And I wonder if we could go to the executive office. Has the ad hoc worked with the executive office to determine the clear line of responsibility and who would assign the leads and when we could expect project plans and timelines?
Chair Williams, this is CEO Angelo. I'll speak, and then really I should turn it over to Assistant CEO Darcy Antle. I think that certainly I don't know how many people in the executive office met with the consultants, but my assumption is everyone did. I did meet with them, and quite honestly, the suggestions that have been brought forward by Mr. Hochman, I did not agree with. And I think that, I would have liked that Mr. Hochman did also say that I did not agree with those suggestions. And the issue is the lack of resources. And we know that one of the reasons why this county for the last decade didn't do a strategic plan was for that reason. I believe that implementation is possible. I'm not pushing back on implementation, but I think the reality of the resources that are available and what is proposed here are entirely different. So that's what I would say. And my hope is that this draft going to the ad hoc, that the ad hoc will work with the staff to determine what's available. And should the board choose, then more staff could be redirected to the strategic plan. But at this point, when you have the same staff that have responded to every disaster since 2017, and now they're going to lead the strategic plan, that's fine as long as we don't have another fire this fall. So I did meet with them. I did not agree with the implementation. I do believe the strategic plan should be and could be implemented, but I think it's a long way off. Thank you.
CEO Angelo, follow-up question. I know you're heading out the door soon, and I don't want you to name names, but I know you talked to all the department heads. Do department heads want us to pass this? Do they feel comfortable that they can implement part or all? Do we have their support on this plan?
I think that I do believe that the department heads are well aware of the reasons for a strategic plan, and I think there is some excitement. However, I can't imagine our more experienced department heads being able to assume the additional work and to prioritize that additional work over what they're currently doing. And a good example is the directives. You know, we get criticized all the time that we're not meeting the board directives. Those directives are over and above the actual statutes and mandates of each department. And now we have the strategic plan. So, I mean, I believe if the board prioritizes to the department heads that this is what needs done and this is a priority, I believe they'll do it. But I do think that the ad hoc needs to spend more time with the internal staff to really determine what the needs are. Thank you.
Director Mulgard.
So I think that the term paradigm shift that Supervisor McGorty used is key, because we're not going to go from a system of having directives and working unilaterally in your department to having a countywide strategic plan in which each department head is partnering with different department heads depending on the goals, and then working in an environment of meeting strategic plan priorities. I don't think that happens overnight. I think that happens over a period of 6 months. I think today what we're looking for is to hear what you think about the implementation teams. Should they include Board of Supervisors? Should they include somebody from the executive office? Should it be groups of department heads, or should it be one department head leading? As one of you mentioned earlier, the pillars, the 4 pillars are too broad. So we need to break that down. So we're not going to have one team in charge of an entire pillar because there's just too much going on in them. So those teams are what's going to be putting together both the initial funding plan and the implementation plan of what steps are we going to take to even figure out if this needs to stay as a priority or not. I think it's one foot in front of the other, and saying that they're going to work or not work today is giving up before you even give it a try. That I'm surprised anybody would even say that.
Chief Locatelli.
Yeah, good morning. So to answer your question from a department head perspective, coming from the probation department, which is strictly focused on mandates, it would be hard to take a lead responsibility here. But as Supervisor McGorty has already pointed out, a lot of the work that is entailed here is already being done. It's just not being done based on a plan. It's done based on a need. So from probation's perspective, I partner with a lot of people, and it's not well known what we're doing. But if we were able to get a venue and in front of the board or the public and show all the partnerships that are happening, a lot of this work is already being achieved. It's just not recognized. And there are some departments that could probably benefit from a more collaborative approach, like a strategic plan that forces you to sit down with partners that you didn't know existed previously. And we don't know each other's jobs 100% or what funding sources are available. I think there is some room for the county to grow through the strategic plan. But as I've mentioned to the drafters of it numerous times, Pillar 1, it has to be the priority. And until we have the Pillar 1 foundation, the others are going to be difficult to achieve. The implementation of this it can't be just assigned to a department head. It's got to be a team approach. And if your question initially, will department heads support it? It depends on the relationship between the board and the department heads. If there's going to be strict accountability and people are going to get in trouble for not achieving something when they're trying to deal with an emergency, COVID, fires, public safety, there's only so many hours in a day. And I'm sure you all notice that our days are full as is, and unless we're committing to 60-hour work weeks, this is going to be difficult, but at least we can move towards a goal.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, we talked earlier about having Assistant CEO Darcy Antle speak to this because she will be key in making sure it's implemented. And so I was wondering if she had some ideas about best approaches to implement this.
Thank you. Through the chair, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. There's there's a lot here. When you look at this plan, I agree with some of you that there's a lot of things that are in alignment with what the departments are currently doing and the actions that are being taken on a day-to-day basis, such as Chief Locatelli mentioned. I think there's some others that are higher, maybe loftier, maybe subjective, that would need some action put behind them. So maybe there's a path forward to go back to the ad hoc, have the ad hoc work with an analyst or maybe this this task force that's been put together to work with the department heads to see what is currently being done that is in alignment, and then put action items, maybe 3 to 5 short term, 3 to 5 long term, that department heads feel that are attainable. We could put together an implementation plan. We could put together a document, as Gary mentioned, that would report back to and share with this board either through a CEO report or through some other report under Chair Mulgard to bring forward on a regular basis. But I think at this point, there probably needs to be a little more fleshing out, we'll say, of where the alignment is and what is actionable steps that can be taken.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Those are next steps that I kind of see happening, and having Assistant CEO Antle involved is critical because, first of all, she'll be in a leadership position, and second of all, she also knows about money and where it comes from. And we can't ignore money, but we also have to think about where do we stand right now as we look at this plan. And I think that's some of the first steps we have to take is just see what are we doing already that fits into the plan, and then how do we organize ourselves better to move forward on the plan.
Supervisor McGordy, has that happened?
Not yet. No, we're still finishing up the plan.
So I would feel more comfortable if this could come back with names next to each item, the clear line of communication, who's the responsible department head. Maybe there's a couple department heads where there's overlap, but you can pass this and it would be a split vote right now. I can't support it as the bottom line. But if you could come back with names, so we could start seeing and maybe dollars. I know that's a really hard task to figure out what some of these items will cost. Maybe ballpark, is it 100,000? Is it 1 million? Is it 10 million? That would be excellent. If you can't do that, at least names, because my concern is I really want to support this. I mean, I'm not against any of these items, but ethics with a lowercase e, I don't want to tell the public we're going to pull this off over the next 5 years. I don't think most of it's possible because in the years to come, we're going to have less money to work with than we have this year in real terms, right? You look at inflation and our revenue, and we've got a problem just kind of avoiding drowning here. So what's one of the main categories that's missing, and I've given this feedback in multiple venues, is what are we willing to give up? You want to fund some of these. What are you willing to give up? What do you want to deprioritize? I see a whole lot of new spending, without any sort of trade-off of we want to hire somebody or assign a department head to work on writing grants for housing. That's great. We need housing. What position are you going to give up to make that happen? And I think that's part and parcel with having a plan. It's the how we do it, not just we want more housing in the county or we want a vibrant economy. So bottom line, if the ad hoc would be willing to take this back, not pass it today, and work with staff to put names, department heads on each of the items as initial owners, I could get behind it. But I want those department heads to have a chance to work with us and tell us what they can do and what they can't do. Because say if we put the planning director down for creating market rate housing, he may raise his hand and say he can't do that without resources. That'll trigger the discussion about, are we really willing to throw the resources that are necessary to carry it out? If we are, great. If not, maybe we remove it from the list. Director Mulgard.
Chair Williams, first of all, we're not on for a vote today. This is exactly what we want to hear. If you would feel more comfortable with us doing what we called the implementation plan, starting on that implementation plan before you vote, that's fine. So in the process, rather than voting here, we'll keep working with the implementation plan and vote here for the board. We can do that. That's totally possible. And I just I want to make sure that you know that we did ask people, of course, in our focus groups and things, what can we give up? Shockingly, we didn't get a whole lot of response, but we did ask the question. And I think when we do have teams of people looking at these things to implement and to plan the implementation, we will be able to ask that question in a more responsible way, because they're going to know. There's a lot of things too that aren't general fund monies. So you bring up market rate housing. I'm not going to bring up necessarily market rate housing, but let's just talk about housing for a moment. There is, I've heard, upwards of $10 million available to Mendocino County to leverage in housing funds, but somebody has to be responsible for it. Right now, it doesn't fall into anybody's purview. And that's why at the end of an implementation plan, you would have who are the 1, 2, 3 department heads, 1, 2, 3 analysts, 1, 2, 3 members of the Board of Supervisors who would be in charge of analyzing the housing funding that is available and making that decision and recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to say, yes, here's a match that we can use with a market rate developer to put, 12 lower rate condos in along with their market rate work. And we can do that, but right now it is no one's responsibility. And so I completely agree with you. We do need to have people responsible for each section, even if it's to say, we should not pursue that funding, and here's why.
Supervisor Jordy.
So when I look at the plan, and I think it's a really good working document, and I think that everybody I've heard talk about this say that they want to see this as a living document that is not forgotten. It's being implemented, and what I'm hearing is a promising path forward for implementation. I just in going through it, there's about 74 I don't even want to call them tasks or subject areas. And of those, 28 of those, which is about 38%, are ones that I think I have the bandwidth to be a liaison on the board, because I'm already working on many of those things. Others, I'm certainly familiar with, but I'm not personally necessarily working on the other items. And I assume that many of the department heads would come up with a similar analysis, that they're working on many of the items here, but not every one of the items. And what we'll hopefully see is we'll have multiple departments playing a role in multiple items, or every item here. But as Ann pointed out, there's a number of sister agencies in this county, nonprofits in this county that are also interested in working on these topics. And I'd like to enlist as much support and help as we can get from those people. The county government can't do it all by itself, for sure. The cities can't do it by themselves, but together we can. And so I do see the value in the strategic plan being adopted, and assigning, or a coalition of the willing maybe is a better way of looking at it, not an assignment. But let's see who steps up and volunteers to work on these things. As I said, I think I pretty, it can handle as many as 28 of the 74 items as a board liaison. But I would like to see us at the end of the day have each of the 5 supervisors submit maybe to the clerk of the board's office, or maybe it goes to Anne. I'm not sure who it goes to, but which items do we personally think that we are already working on or have the bandwidth to work on? And then we would send those into a centralized location and see, there could be some overlap, just like there is when we request committee assignments. But I think that would be a next step.
Supervisor McGorty.
Just to reiterate what's already been said is that I think about working groups and something like housing. There's no way in the world Mendocino County is going to solve the housing crisis all by itself, but there are steps that we can take that make a difference. One of the things could be, more efficient use of LAFCO to engage the cities to take on more expansion of their area so that they can help with the housing and planning. The city of Ukiah tends to be a little bit more nimble perhaps than we do when it comes to providing services that are important to construction so that we could have denser housing adjacent to the town of Ukiah. So these are examples of how we leverage what we've got, what our resources are, and that's really what strategic planning is about. It's not that it's a list of stuff that we all have to do on our own. It's figuring out and identifying what's important, and then planning resources accordingly. And I like very much what Supervisor Jordy said about let's take a look at where our interests lie, and I think that is the next step. And I also want to reiterate what Chair Mogart said too, is that it wasn't our intention today to say you have to adopt the plan right now. That's not what we were planning. What we wanted to do is show you where we are now, and then start talking about what we're going to do for implementation. And that's kind of the task of the ad hoc, and that's the next steps.
Supervisor McGorty, can the ad hoc commit to putting leads down next to each of the items? Initial leads, I understand it may change and you may have multiple, but can that, when it comes back, can we have some names so that we see that there's buy-in from the coalition of the willing?
Yep, we can.
Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, that was what I was going to say, was that, we need to have clear lines of responsibility. I like what Supervisor Jordy said about let's find those clear lines of responsibility and align those with the supervisor's inherent interest and what their expertises are. And I think that the ad hoc can kind of help with Ann Mulgard to make those that alignment happen. And I think with that process, we can move this along. So I think that there is agreement on that.
Supervisor Mulhern, and thank you, John. I appreciate that. Supervisor Mulhern.
I'm going to get Coalition of the Willing t-shirts made. And really, I think that this is a great opportunity for the board to take on some more responsibility and teamwork, especially with our department heads. As the committee goes back and sort of reviews this, and I do think it really is important that our department heads have buy-in on this plan. I also think that personalities and topics of interest within the department heads may not be the same if that person were, say, to retire and move to Aruba. So I think that as we're looking at the plan and moving forward, we identify the individual and what their interests are, as well as the goals and objectives that do meet a certain department. So for instance, if we are hiring a new director for a department, that person would know in advance that, hey, this is part of your roles and responsibilities.
Supervisor McGorty.
I kind of sum this up a little bit to address your concerns too. And I always love what Howard Dashiell says is under promise and over deliver. And to be realistic about what your resources are, what you're able to accomplish, and then do a really good job so that people are happy with the end product. And I share your concerns too. We don't want to commit to something that is pie in the sky. Well, this stuff's all supposed to be real when it's finished, and that's my goal.
I appreciate that. That is my concern, that I want to say yes in the short term, but I know it'll come back and bite me 6 months out or a year out when the public asks, why did you pass this and you haven't carried it out? So that's why I want to see some names. If the planning director says he can take on some of those housing tasks and move the needle, maybe not get it all done, but I would feel more confident. And the other concern I have is the plan has a lot of words like collaborate with and encourage. And to me, those are abstract words, and we're not looking for abstraction. We're looking for a strategy. So if it's possible, I don't know, just do a find wherever you see collaborate or encourage. If you could put down a couple bullet points of strategy, how do we collaborate? And what does encourage mean? Because I don't think we're going to get housing by encouraging it. We're going to get housing by allocating staff resources to apply for grants. Maybe the bullet point is hire 2 staff members to write grants full time to go after the $10 million that Chair Mulgard referenced. Chair Mulgard?
I guess there's a difference between pie in the sky and aspirational. And I think everybody on the task force realizes that. We did not feel comfortable cutting down this list too far, which is why it's 7 pages, because that's what your staff and your public and yourselves said. So if you would like us, now that you have reviewed all of this, to now go back and narrow it and put the rest in light type or 6-point font or whatever, that's great. But we didn't think that was our job to narrow it too much until you all had fully reviewed it and said, yes, we accept all this, but now it's time to narrow. If those are the marching instructions, then we can narrow in addition to putting names of teams or leads on the different items.
Gary?
Thank you. Yeah, just an encouragement and some caution. I think what directionally where we're headed is absolutely right. I think clear lines of responsibility, absolutely important. Engaging you all in different items on the plan, absolutely important. And even the ask about how are we going to encourage, what does this really look like tactically when we're going to support or collaborate? But this is all what happens after the plan is typically passed. And I think just to recalibrate here, I think you're signing up for months of work then before this comes back to the board. So I just want to help you level set and do a reality check. But going out on 70 items and finding leads is going to take months. Asking people to come back and be more specific about how they're going to accomplish items in the plan is an implementation task. So I just want to, as you move forward through this conversation, keep you aware of the size of the task. You are now moving into implementation. And to that end, it will take you many, many months to get back to approval if that's what your threshold is.
So I guess I'm worried about the cost of many months of work. Could the ad hoc do this? I mean, I could pull up the document and do it right now, just start putting down names. And, if a department head doesn't like it, we'll erase it and put a different one down, right? And at the end of the day, we'll have a good starting point.
Well, I think it's that. So it's the conversations with the department heads and finding the right people to do the work. And it's also, if you have an expectation that you're going to identify how some of this work is going to get done, like you just said, Supervisor Williams, what does encourage look like? What does collaboration look like? That's creating project plans for many of these, and that takes a while. So if somebody has a task about collaborating with cities on topic X, or working to find funding, that's not something they can turn around tomorrow and tell you, here's how I'm going to do it. That's part of project planning. That's, it's going to take conversations. And I'm just saying that the expectation, I think, is going to take a while to fulfill.
I understand, but maybe we don't need that much of an implementation plan. Could we start with which department? Is it public health or is it Department of Transportation? And put one of them down on the item.
That seems reasonable.
Going through that process, we may see them object. What I imagine some will say is, you want me to do more? You need to attach funding. And then we can have the talk about how much funding do you need to carry it out. And then the board can look at, I don't know, Darcy can tell us how much we have to spend. Maybe we have 2 million and there's 100 million of ask. And we figure out what can we fit in that 2 million as a starting point. It starts to look like a plan.
And I would say too that there's a lot in the plan, particularly in Pillar 1, that is free or low cost. And then what we also heard from our task force is that a lot of the items, particularly relating to safety and health and even broadband, there's a lot of money out there, but going after that money will take time and capacity.
Chair Mulgard.
My take on this conversation is that we just all have different levels of comfort and different definitions of what an implementation plan is. If Chair Williams or other members of the Board of Supervisors don't feel comfortable, voting until there's more done, as I said, that's why we're here today, and that's great. Lots of things don't require money. But Supervisor Williams, when you said you want to have those fiscal conversations, we are in February 1st today. Would you anticipate those conversations happening within the context of the 22-23 budget planning or separate from that?
I would think separate because these are long range goals and maybe not goals that we can fulfill this budget cycle. But for example, you're a department head. Imagine if I put your name next to 3 of these items without any funding. What will your response be?
Good thing I have a grant writer in the works.
Right. But you want to have that conversation with us, right? To say, don't hold me responsible at my performance review a year out for getting this done. You're not giving me any funding. Maybe we can write a grant. And if we find that most of these items are dependent on grants, well, let's know that up front. And maybe the board decides we're going to live with that. That's our plan. But to me, it's just not enough specificity. I feel like we're saying we want better roads. We want to be fully staffed. We want better public safety, more firefighters, more ambulances on the road. And we're not, it's not really talking about all of this takes money and we don't have any funds to work with. And if there's a way for the ad hoc to consider what we could cut over the next 5 years so that we could fulfill the top 3 or top 5 priorities, it would be more meaningful to me as a plan. Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, sadly, we've probably got about a third of all positions in the county are vacant at the moment. So it's really not, in my mind, a matter of cutting. It's a matter of how do we rebuild. And so if we've got this strategic plan in place, and if each department sees, like I said in my own case, I think I have the bandwidth to work on as many as 28 of the 74 items. But if an individual department was working on, let's just say 15 of the 74 items, they might say, I don't currently have staff for 10 of those 5. I'm currently working on 5 of those 15. But I'm going to be recruiting 24 people for my department over the next year. And I'm going to reshuffle the deck a little bit. I know we can't do too much, but I might be able to find someone with some strength in these areas and take on some of these items. And I'll report back to you as the year progresses. Not making any promises I'll be able to deliver on all 15, but I have people in place for 5 of the 15, and I hope to get the people in place to be able to take on the other 10. And I think that's the kind of respectful conversation that I would hope we would have with all of the departments that would hopefully all want to step up.
And
I guess I would just say it's kind of a dance, I think, in a high functioning organization between a board and its department heads. It's as Supervisor Jurdy said, it's respectful, but it is a dance. One person leads, then the other person leads. It's a modern dance, so both people get to lead. But otherwise, we're trying not to do same old, same old. So we don't want some underachieving department head to come up and say, I'm not going to do any of this. We want the board to exercise its leadership by saying, no, we said this is a priority, try again. So anyway, I just think, I think it's a dance.
McGordy.
So again, I think Ann brings up a good point that this requires leadership from the board. It involves us working with departments, which is one of the things that we're trying to figure out right now. Do we want a CAO CEO system? And really what that's asking me is not so much about the title as it is about how do we work together? How do we affect change as a board? How do we know what's going on? This is one of the tools that's very, very effective in making sure that as a board, we're engaged with our county government. And again, that's the whole purpose of why you do strategic planning, is to be sure you know what's going on and that you're really clear in the direction of where you want to take your organization.
And Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, we've had a lot of talk about, the cost of these programs and what we're trying to do with the strategic plan. But when I look at an effective county government organization, what I see are a lot of issues that really need just a kind of a different point of view and a different approach. And so I don't see these as costing a lot of money as much as how are we conducting business? Are we doing it in a transparent manner? Are we defining the roles of all of our, is everyone clear on what their role is in this process between the board, between the department heads, CEO, CAO, whatever? And so how do we move forward with this approach? And I can see this whole effective county government organization as not costing that much, but requiring a different way of approaching these issues.
So it's always good to leave before they tell you to leave. So I'd like to summarize where we're at. Chair Williams, we're going to come ad hoc and others in the county, not just the poor 6 ad hoc members, are going to work to assign some recommended names and teams to the different priorities. We're going to specify the priorities that don't take any money and could be implemented rather quickly or started rather quickly, and provide a roadmap for what we see as implementation. What would happen after you approve those names? What are the next steps? How would we weave these priorities into our daily work and into our daily transparent reporting to the public? And finally, we would recommend removing some of this list. Now that the board has seen it all, we would recommend narrowing the list, and the board would then weigh in on that. Is that your understanding?
Well, I think putting names and dollars next to the items would allow the board to weigh which items to chop. I'm not against the ad hoc coming back with a proposal of what to cut, but I think it may be beneficial to the full board to see the entire list with names and dollars. Well, and then we can decide what'll fit and what we're willing to give up.
My concern is, and maybe I'm not thinking about this right, my concern is it's going to take us too long to come up with the dollar for everything. And well, that we wouldn't be back for 6 months. And we
could we leave it to the discretion of the ad hoc to put dollars next to the items that they can estimate and leave the others blank? And then maybe it can come back in, I don't know, a couple weeks, a month.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, if I may, through the chair. Perhaps we could look at that as funding source versus exact dollars. So we could realize this isn't general fund, this is going to have to be grant. Perhaps there's another funding source that we could use. Some of this work may be completed internally as we review the spend for the ARPA funds. So maybe we could come back with the options for funding sources or a primary funding source, and then estimation of dollars, and the fiscal unit could help with that.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I appreciate Darcy's thoughts on identifying the sources rather than dollar amounts. And then my suggestion is, again, that each of the 5 supervisors would send in, I guess, to Ann as the point of contact, which items we feel like we have the bandwidth and background to participate.
Do we have a board agreement?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for reading the materials ahead of time. That was very helpful. And thanks to the task force and to the members of the public. We're still receiving comments and we're still taking them. So keep them coming in. Thank you so much.
And thank the team for the presentation.
Very welcome.
All right, I think we're ready for a break.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah.
This is Alice Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We do have public comment on this item.
Oh, go right ahead.
First on the line, we have Becky Emery, followed by Michael Katz and Ron Edwards.
Good morning, members of the board, Chair Angelo, CEO Angelo and Chair Williams. My name is Becky Emery and I'm the Social Services Director. I want to thank the board for the efforts invested in providing clarity as to the goals and focus of the board. I participated in multiple meetings and recognize that this is an encompassing and very ambitious plan, and I share the concerns that have been stated that we do have limited resources, both funding and staffing, to shift to some of these focuses, especially in our current response for the pandemic. Others concerns and as we move forward are the dollars and the funding that we have for housing, for example, is limited option of expansion, as many of those dollars are one-time funding. We have multiple pieces of the report that cross over in social services, from the No Wrong Door for services to disaster response and housing at varying levels. I am invested in moving us forward in all areas of these engagements and needs for our community, but I also recognize our limitations. And I appreciate that you're wanting to look further as to how this may actually come to fruition and see if the end goals that you're looking to set are actually achievable. I'm willing to participate in these groups and discussions as we continue to move forward. Thank you.
So can we make that happen? Say ad hoc, can the ad hoc allow Ms. Emery to join?
With open arms.
Great. Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I would just say, yeah, we will be collaborating with the department heads, and I really appreciate what Ms. Emery said.
Next in the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Michael Katz.
Good morning once again, board CEO. I am finding that the presentations are extremely helpful. I mean, I do review the material ahead of time that is in the agenda item, but when you're actually going through the PowerPoint presentation, over the years, I've noticed that it's a great time for the supervisors to ask questions, and it really leaves a good public record. And I know there's an effort to keep these board meetings short. Please, I hope that you can continue the full presentations from the presenters. Thank you.
Next in the line is Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I appreciate the conversation regarding the strategic plan and strategic planning process, and believe it is important for the county to have a roadmap and a guide towards aspirations, and do understand the need to temper that with reality. But as is mentioned, there are items in here that will not cost anything. And one of those, we want to appreciate the inclusion of cannabis under the thriving economy section of the draft. Want to discuss the item specifically as written: support policies to encourage legal cannabis operations. Completely support that. And in that instance, encourage, I believe, would mean to, streamline, make things less onerous for the applicants, create a program and a process that is not incredibly burdensome and difficult for people to participate in. And so, that's something that how would we do that? We've already, as an organization, and Hannah Nelson has put in many specific direct examples that even if they are not perfect in their thought process, we would certainly be willing to work with county council and the county and the program to get them to where they need to be. So there's a process built in, and that we want to see that happening. So we appreciate that inclusion. However, the second half of that sentence, while ensuring aggressive code enforcement for unpermitted cannabis facilities, we do take issue with the use of the word aggressive there. I'd like to see it replaced with effective. because aggressive really creates a mentality that we feel harkens to the war on drugs and the incredible amount of paramilitary activity that Mendocino County was subjected to during that period. And obviously that has been identified as an abject failure. And in fact, we have programs in this county and in the state designed to repair some of the harm from those days. So would hate to see that start to come back in language as well as in practice. And so we recommend that word aggressive change to effective, and really look forward to continuing this process and seeing where this document goes. Thank you to the county for engaging, and appreciate the opportunity to comment on this item.
Supervisor McGorty.
I would actually accept that change of effective versus aggressive. Aggressive means that you're going for it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're affecting change, whereas effective means that.
Supervisor Haschak.
I would agree with that too.
And I guess a question for the board. We couldn't do it today, but we could give direction for it to come back. Is there any cannabis comes up as public comment on all sorts of items? Does it make sense to have a standing committee for cannabis? And I know Supervisor Haschak's grinning. He's volunteered to serve. Is there another supervisor who would be willing to serve? If there is, we could ask that it come back. Supervisor Mulhern.
Chair Williams, I continue to object to having a cannabis standing committee. All 5 Board of Supervisors need to be discussing what's happening with cannabis moving forward.
So as I understand, the standing committee would give ample time. I mean, they could talk cannabis all day, every day except Tuesday, if that's what it takes, and then refer items to the full board for approval once ready. And it may cut down on the amount of time we're discussing cannabis, and it may give the time required to the issue to actually solve the problems. Supervisor McGorty.
That I kind of agree with. Well, not kind of. I agree with Supervisor Mulhern, and I have said I'm willing to work on well-defined issues like the portal, like the equity grants, where we need to deal with it in an effective way. I think you're right that there probably needs to be time. I don't think it's effective for us to use public comment to interact with the cannabis industry. I think there's got to be a better way, and that's why Supervisor Haschak and I are kind of looking at town hall meetings with the ad hoc to address issues, so there is an opportunity for people to express themselves a little better and give ideas. But we all have to kind of own this, and I sort of agree with Supervisor Mulhern about that.
Okay, and I could support it, but I don't want to serve on it. Supervisor Jurdy, would you serve on it?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I would support scheduling some special meetings of the full board, but I would like to see some agreement from the industry that they would respect our other board meeting and not bring up cannabis when it's not on the agenda. If we were agreeing to have special board meetings on cannabis.
Okay, why don't I take the action item to work with staff about proposed dates? Maybe we can discuss it later. Is there any more public comment?
That concluded public comment.
Okay, let's take a break. It's 10:35. Let's break until 10:50. And when we come back, we're going to focus on item 4A.
Thank you.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Hindi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We're on to item 4A. This is an update from information technology regarding criminal justice software system replacement, and they need 450,000 additional funds. And it's sponsored by information technology.
We're pulling them in right now.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO.
And just here to give a brief update, as Supervisor or Chair Williams had mentioned, background on this is that since 2012, the JustWare case management system has served county justice partners, including the district attorney, public defender, alternate defender, and county counsel. In February of 2020, the vendor announced the end of life to this case management system. The replacement of the system was identified as a critical priority project, and phase one funding in the amount of $1 million was allocated at fiscal year 2021 mid-year. On June 22nd of 2021, the board approved an agreement with Carpel Solutions for the acquisition of Prosecutor by Carpel, a criminal justice case management system for the district attorney's office. Implementation of Prosecutor is currently in progress, and the DA's new system is scheduled to go live very soon. Prosecutor by Carpel is the recommended solution for the public defender and alternate defender as well. A contract will be coming to the Board of Supervisors for approval once the contract is finalized. And initial estimates for go live is fall of 2022. And a better project timeline will be updated or will be available after kickoff. Tyler Supervision is the recommended solution for probation, and a contract will be coming to the Board of Supervisors for approval once that is finalized. And there's no estimated go live yet at this time for Tyler Supervision. With software solutions now identified and better estimates available, replacement case management systems will exceed the funding initially allocated to this project by $450,000. It's recommended that the board accept this update regarding the criminal justice software system replacement project and provide direction to the Executive Office Fiscal Unit to source this additional funding during the upcoming mid-year budget presentation. With funding sourced and available, the board will continue to see these agreements brought forward for approval on a case-by-case basis, most likely with the Public Defender's Office next, and then the Probation Department. So that concludes my comments on this item, and I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Supervisor Jordan.
I've also got Alex Land, our business manager with information technology is available. And I believe that Chief Probation Officer Locatelli is also available.
Excellent. Supervisor Jordy with a question.
Yeah, well, first I want to thank Steve, Alex, and the IT department for working on, making sure that all the departments have the best possible support they need. This is, but just in terms of the budgeting of this, we've already allocated $1 million of general fund dollars to the project, and I'm not claiming to be an expert by any means on the funding of criminal justice system, but they do have access to grants that they have access to, and I would like to see us look to the criminal justice system to see if they have the ability to bring in grants that would close the gap. And there's two thoughts on that. One is ideally they'd bring in a one-time grant that would cover the $450,000, and if that's just not available to them, maybe we make a loan from the general fund of the additional $450,000, and that they commit through their ongoing funding streams that they provide, a payment plan over 5 years or whatever to cover the difference. So those are my thoughts. I mean, I'm just saying that, like the criminal justice system again has access to grants that the general fund does not, and that other county departments don't have access to. And I'd like to see what can they provide. Can they provide essentially 1/3 of the funding of their own software system?
Is that perhaps a question for Chief Locatelli?
Sure.
We're pulling him in right now.
Good morning again. Could you mind repeating that question? I had some technical.
Supervisor Jordy was suggesting that the criminal justice system may have access to grants that the county at large may not. Do you see any possibility of sourcing some or all of the $450,000 from a grant?
I would need to do the exploration of that. There's always grants that are out there, but it's it's the writing of them, then the implementation of them, and then fitting them into the actual specifics of this. I know that I have grants that could be used, but again, as I've told the budget ad hoc committee that was recently formed, the probation grants are often going towards what the general fund used to provide. So you have to pick one or the other. Do you want it to go towards stuff like this, or do you want it to go towards personnel? It can't go for both.
Yep.
So we could do some research on it for the board to see if there's something available.
Supervisor Jurdy, would that satisfy your concern of
yeah, I mean, Chief Locatelli, I would really appreciate that because we're already providing 2/3 of the cost of this needed software, and it just seems like it just seems intuitively that there should be some way to cover 1/3 of the cost of this software. At least that'd be my hope.
Is there any public comment?
No, there's not.
Supervisor McGordy?
So this seems to be an ongoing theme of very expensive software, and again, thinking strategically to the IT department. What's a realistic amount of money that we spend on an average year doing upgrades and trainings to implement new software?
If I may, through the chair, the county has made a focused investment in IT and upgrading software systems over the last several years. I can't give you, Supervisor McGordy, any sort of an average expense right now, but I can tell you that based on the board's interest in the IT and the Internet Technology Master Plan, the amount of funding, primarily in the name of efficiency, has increased dramatically.
And Supervisor McGordy, I looked at it at one point in detail, and what I noticed is there's a lot of what I would call deferred maintenance. The county didn't have the ability during the 2008 recession to invest what it should and to keep up on software, and now we're trying to catch up. And so, but there isn't a large ongoing cost. It's like, I don't know if you've looked at our facilities for the repeater system, but it looks like some of those buildings looks like a hurricane came through. I mean, the concrete is falling apart, and right there they have plastic bags duct taped to keep the rain off the equipment. So there's a lot that it takes in the modern world on IT infrastructure to provide public safety and efficiency. And my review of it, I think it's reasonable. It's just unfortunate that it was deferred for so long.
Well, yeah, it just seems breathtaking every time we have to do an upgrade, and I know that it's also troublesome because suddenly you may have, you may be looking at versions that are 5 or 6 times past the software that you're replacing, in which case it becomes very complicated and expensive to implement and train everybody. So just for my own edification, we do have an IT plan that is addressing this.
The key master plan.
And where are we in that plan? Is there?
There's been a significant amount of effort put into trying to make sure that it's consumable in a way that the public can understand and that we can track success with. Of the initiatives in the ITMP, some of them are programmatic and will be ongoing. Some of them are projects that without they're projects that will be ongoing as well. However, many of them do have a beginning and an end on that specific initiative. What IT is talking about is updating the ITMP at some point in the next year or two to kind of relaunch and reload with the success that's been accomplished, sort of in mind and identifying a next set of priorities. One other thing just to mention that will help with some of the expense of some initiatives is the Enterprise Internal Service Fund, or ISF, which is going to be accumulating funds and over a period of time and helping defray the expense of some of the enterprise systems, which it won't be applicable with this criminal case management, but it's an example like with Munis and some of our other enterprise systems. We're trying to normalize the expense of that and smooth it.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you. It seems like this is, we're dealing with the end of life for the program that we've been using. And so we have to do something. And that it's not part of the IT master plan at this point. So I guess the only question is, we have to go in this direction, then how do we pay for it? And I guess that if there's grants or any other way besides the general fund, we should explore that. But at the same time, the reality is we're going to have to cover it one way or another.
John, is that a motion?
Yeah, the motion would be to accept the update from the IT staff, and that the executive office fiscal unit work with Chief Locatelli to figure out the additional funding.
Second.
Any further discussion? Not seeing any. We have a roll call vote.
Was there public comment?
We did go to public comment. And there was none.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, is this the recommended action, or are we amending it to include Chief Locatelli?
I believe Supervisor has amended it to include Chief Locatelli and attempt to source with grants first before the general fund.
Thank you. Supervisor McGorty? Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Or Mulhern, yes.
Sorry, Mulhern. Motion carries unanimously.
We're on to item 4B. This is a discussion and possible action to waive Mendocino County Boards and Commissions residency and voter registration requirements and appoint Mr. Chand as an EMS aircraft provider representative to the Emergency Medical Care Committee. Sponsor is the Executive Office.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We received this application for Mr. Chand, and we did receive an endorsement from the Executive Office. The EMCC is comprised of multiple, very specific seats. We have not received any other applications for this seat. I'm not honestly sure if there's anybody else within the county who qualifies for the seat. Mr. Chand does not reside in Mendocino County, but he services Mendocino County and neighboring counties.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I was unable to open the resume or really learn anything about Mr. Chand beyond what I could find by Googling him. And so I was hoping that the executive office could shed some light on why we don't have a local applicant applying, what kind of outreach has been done for that person. And I didn't know if he was on the line to provide more information about his qualifications and interests.
He is not currently. If you give me a moment, I can pull up the resume. This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I do have operational oversight of boards and commissions. So this seat was publicly noticed. It's on our website. And I'm pulling up his information right now.
Alice, do you happen to know how long the position has been vacant for?
It's never been filled as much. So the history, EMCC was kind of been guiding the county since I think 1982. In the year 2000, it put together draft bylaws. And then I think in 2019, the board finally approved it and created an official committee. And part of that process was defining the makeup of the committee. And the board saw that it was appropriate to have an air ambulance provider on that committee. And as far as I know, that seat has never been filled. This is, I think, the first applicant.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I did get the resume pulled up, and he is currently, from 1994 to present, he's the Global Medical Response Regional Director for Humboldt, Mendocino, Lake City Ambulance of Eureka Incorporated, Reach Air Medical Services, CalSTAR. He's a paramedic, registered nurse, and commercial pilot. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. He's a paramedic, ambulance service management, degree. He went to the Kansas City. Yeah, he went to an institution in Kansas City specifically for that. It appears, yeah, he was a paramedic from 1995 to present, a flight paramedic from 2000 to 2003, a training center coordinator from 1995 to 2004, the Fortuna Division Supervisor from 1996 to 2001. He was Chief Operating Officer and Director of Operations from 2001 to 2019, and he is currently the Regional Director of GMR from 2019 to present.
And correction,
Thank you,
looking at Supervisor Mulhern, I made a mistake looking at my notes. The position was filled by Richard Swedberg, and he moved out of state. And we only really have one air ambulance provider. Reach and CalStar are one and the same entity now. Supervisor McGordy.
I move accepting Mr. Chan's application, just with the note that this seems to be a hard slot to fill. So I want to be sure that the board is sure that they want this slot on it and going into the future.
I'll second.
And for discussion, I think the EMCC did approve the application and forwarded it on to the county, and so there were other eyes on it. Whoever was present for our EMCC committee, and I think it is important to have an air ambulance provider on the EMCC because there's a lot of interaction that happens between ground ambulance and the air ambulance. And it may be difficult for us to fill it, but before this candidate thinks otherwise, it's good that we're approving them.
Yeah, I think so too. And in a county like ours, I can see where air ambulances are critical for quick responses in remote areas.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I, in fact, have had to take an air ambulance trip to Oakland Children's Hospital. So I appreciate very much the work that they do in our community. I just had questions about the process. Thank you.
Any public comment?
No, there is not.
Roll call vote.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, it looks like before lunch we have time for item 4C. This is discussion and action, possible action, including acceptance of an informational presentation by the Department of Planning and Building Services on current metrics and proposed 2022 work plan. And the sponsor is Planning and Building. I think is Director Gonzalez joining us?
Yeah, we are in the process of pulling them all in.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Nash Gonzalez, Interim Planning and Building Services Director. With me today is Adrian Thompson and Julia Acker. Mr. Chair, members of the board, what is before you today is an informational item regarding the Department of Planning and Building Services work plan, as well as the department's accomplishments in 2021. Specifically, the 2022 work plan outlines our permit activity, current workload, and comparisons to prior years. The slides that were included in the PowerPoint provide the board a breakdown for planning and building and code enforcement activities, as well as those in the building division. I would note that our work plan continues to increase, but thanks to the board, the executive office, and HR, we've been able to bring additional staff on board this past year. The department has accomplished a significant amount of work still while trying to hire new staff this past year. We've addressed a larger number of building permit applications. We've managed to increase efficiency by 25 to 30% overall, reduce the in-queue times for plan check from a high of 8 to 9 weeks down to 3 to 4 weeks, and we are still improving on this metric. However, we still continue to have at least 100 permits in queue at any given time. The 2021 big accomplishments include the completion of the airport land use plan for the Ukiah Airport, completion of the general plan safety element, completion of chapter 22.18, which is the cannabis ordinance, The annual general plan housing element reports to HCD, which again have put the county into compliance with state housing element law. The accessory dwelling units within the coastal zone, or the coastal LCP update, which was adopted by the board and certified by the Coastal Commission very recently. Since housing, or the lack of, or the need of, is now at the forefront, the department has placed the following items at the top of the list to be performed in 2022 by the department. Number one is the updating of the inland zoning ordinance, as well as the Division of Land Regulations. This was achieved through obtaining a LEAP grant from HCD to allow us to look at housing opportunities within the code through this update process. At the same time, we're looking at updating the entire code. Again, this is the inland code, as well as the Division of Land Regulations. We're looking at, again, opportunities for housing. Number two, and we are looking at rezoning 236 parcels, or plainly put, processing 236 rezones within the UBAP boundaries. We are literally going to be processing these this year and expect that the board will have these before them for a decision by the end of the calendar year. As well, this task is going to provide for approximately 526 new units, or planned for 526 new units in the Ukiah Valley, potential units that have not been there before. So we're looking for these planning opportunities. We're also looking at processing the Villa Vista subdivision, again, formerly the Gardens Gate subdivision. The end result will be 171 additional units, which include affordable and market rate. And again, we will continue to process the annual housing reports to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, and again, maintaining compliance with housing element law. 5, continue assistance with recovery related to the Hopkins fire cleanup and rebuild, expediting building permits for rebuilding. And again, our department is continuing to assist general services and facilities on the jail project, mainly with the environmental and CEQA. So as noted in the attached PowerPoint, the department is still facing many challenges, which include being able to hire qualified staff. Currently, we are still down 5 code enforcement officers, 2 chief planners, 1 for the coast, 1 inland, and a building inspector. It should be noted that even when we hire staff, there's still a learning curve, and folks will not be able to handle the more complex cases and matters. And therefore, all of this is going to require months of training. There is a learning curve. And again, this is noted in the challenge section of the PowerPoint towards the end of the presentation that you have before you. So again, we've outlined those items that we believe are going to look at housing and assist us to try to get there. So with that, I'll turn it over to both Adrian and Julia for a quick rundown.
Yeah, before that, Supervisor Aaron has her.
I can wait until the presentation is complete. I thought that was the end of it. Apologize.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. Just briefly, I'm going to give you a couple higher level statistics on your slides. You have a couple about the permit counter activity. And currently I am short an admin staff, but with that taken into account, having 7 admin staff working for the front counter in 5 days, they each talk to 200 people. That means that each week, 1,400 applicants throughout the county are speaking to this department. And that metric does not include processing of permits. These are technically cold calls. How do I apply for this? What do I do in this case? Can I build this here? So aside from actually working on permits, they get 1,400 inquiries per week through that front counter. Along with that, as Nash noted, our permits are about 100 into plan check, which is a huge improvement. The last presentation we did in June, we were about 400 permits behind. So our building department has increased their staff and really pulled those permits up to a much shorter processing window, and now have about 100 permits in plan check at any given time throughout the year. Our permit activity for online submittals has increased by 38% using eTrackIt through this COVID time. which actually requires a little bit more staff handholding because, again, as people start applying online and they don't quite know what to do, our phone calls and emails increase. So it takes more admin staff time to route those increased percents through there. Again, training and getting up to speed is one of our biggest challenges. We'll be losing our commission staff this week, so I'll be pulling in and covering some of those duties along with other items, which just kind of slows down our backlog. So our main challenge, again, is just staffing. So we appreciate the board and thank you for all of your efforts to keep us fully staffed.
All right, and then Julia Krog, Assistant Director, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Planning Division metrics. So this begins on page 7 of the PDF presentation that was attached to this item. So first off, I just want to let the board know the Planning Division right now has a total of 16 planners within it. We have 4 planners in our Fort Bragg office, 12 in Ukiah, plus the 2 previously noted vacant chief planner positions. With regards to metrics in terms of average processing time, you'll see that on page 7 of the presentation PDF. I do want to note that these are timelines that are typical for complete applications that are received by the department and do not account for delays that may result from incomplete application and/or delays from an applicant after that type of information is requested. On page 8 of the presentation, you'll see that we have a number of discretionary permit applications that have been received by the Planning Division. A total of 626 applications for discretionary permits have been received by the Planning Division during 2021. And these, I will note, this includes 328 business licenses as well. So in terms of, your minor use permits, coastal development permits, subdivisions, and CDPs, really it's a 298 total plus the 328 business licenses. On page 9 of the presentation, you'll see that we included a graph which includes the number of discretionary permits taken to hearing across our 6 different hearing bodies. So altogether, during 2021, the department took 155 permits to hearing across those 6 hearing bodies. And that does not account for the multiple hearings that occurred for certain permits or such as ordinance amendments, such as the cannabis regulations. On page 10 of the presentation, you'll see that we've included the typical planner caseload and the daily time spent on various duties. Across all our planners, each carries an average caseload of 15.1 projects. The entry-level planners have a caseload from 2 to 8 projects while they're coming up to speed, and the more journey-level planners, those are our 2s and 3s, they have caseloads up to 30+ projects. In addition, planners spend a significant amount of their day, sometimes up to 50% of their day, just responding to phone messages and emails. And it's also important to remember that just about every building permit that comes into the office has a planner that reviews it as well. And that can take up to an hour for each of those reviews. I'm available to answer any questions you may have about the Planning Division metrics, but if none, I'll turn it back over to Nash or Adrian.
Thank you very much. Again, just for closing, we've actually have increased our horsepower this past year, mainly because we've looked at inefficiencies, looked at how we could make the department more efficient, reallocated resources, and started moving things in a more positive direction this past year. So with that, I will go ahead and conclude, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have. I'd also like to point out that John Burks has joined us in case the board has any questions regarding code enforcement and its metrics. But I know that John has provided updates in the CEO's report in the past, so maybe some of those questions have already been answered, but he is available.
And if I may add on to Director Gonzalez, Assistant Director Julia Krog, I just want to note that in terms of our work plan metrics, I've observed over this last year that since Director Gonzalez has become our interim director, he's really been reviewing the department, improving efficiencies and establishing metrics for the various divisions. I also want to note that since the start of 2022, Director Gonzalez has been traveling to our Fort Bragg office to review functions in our satellite office to identify opportunities for enhancement of services. And we plan to continue this approach and the metrics in the future.
So we have hands up from all 5 supervisors. Let's start with Mulher.
Thank you. I'm hoping that you all could help address the questions around infrastructure. So several of the key items that PBS is working on are surrounding the city of Ukiah. We have all these very small water districts, sewer services, et cetera. And one of the barriers to building housing is truly the infrastructure that goes with it. So if you all could possibly address the work that you're doing to collaborate with the partnering agencies, the neighboring agencies, and also with LAFCO, I would really appreciate it.
So if I may, through the chair, on Ash Gonzalez, interim director, one of the things that came out of the grand jury report was to look at housing opportunities. And one of the things that we're looking at doing this immediately when in the next month or two is starting to reach out to the various local agencies such as the cities. The cities, again, offer the infrastructure, offer the sewer and water so that housing opportunities could be reached by working collaboratively. Again, each city, the county has all been assigned RENA regional allocation housing numbers, and we're all responsible to do that. One of the discussions that I want to have with the cities is what opportunities are there to be able to work together collaboratively to share in some of these RENA numbers. Again, the cities have the infrastructure, the county does not. And I know that this question, this issue has come up before a number of times with regards to housing. We are very limited in the county on what we can do. The infrastructure is what really hurts us. If we had infrastructure throughout the entire county, there would be really minimal issues as far as trying to get housing built. But where housing is needed is in the county, in the outlying areas, in Anderson Valley, the coast, and so on. But we don't have the infrastructure. And what we need is sewer and water to be able to achieve those numbers. So the next phase is to try to work with some of these jurisdictions, these agencies, to see if there's anything that we can come up collaboratively to address the housing needs countywide. And again, there's only so much that we can do without the infrastructure. And again, we do not control the infrastructure. That's up to the individual districts. The districts right now are going to be hamstrung by the drought and whether or not they can allow for additional water connections. And I know that this has been one of the issues that has faced the Lover's Lane project for a number of years is water availability. And so we are limited in what we can do, but we are going to be reaching out to see what and how we can address this on a more collaborative approach.
Jordy?
Nash, I think you should meet with the planning directors with Julia one-on-one, but I would invite you to, after you've had at least one meeting, to work with Supervisor Mulhern and I, who are at the board's ad hoc committee on tax share agreement with the cities, to meet with us with the cities, because I think the conversation you're talking about probably goes beyond what the planning directors can by themselves resolve. So anyway, that's one thought. And the other is on one of your projects for this year, I thought, is you're working with a consultant to update the land use code, not to revise it so much as to make it more understandable and maybe eliminate some inconsistencies within it. And one thought I had is, since so many questions get fielded by the staff, which are probably pretty easily answerable, and probably some of the same questions come up over and over again, ideally the new code would address it, but maybe just as importantly, maybe we could have short video clips that someone could watch on their phone, and that would answer the most commonly asked questions. And I'm mentioning the phone videos because my observation of a lot of contractors is their questions, they're out there in the field, they are watching videos on their phones and getting information off of their phone. So I think it needs to be a web page that's easily accessed from a phone. And I think there might be a way to answer some commonly asked questions that way, rather than having them all answered by staff one-on-one.
Thank you, sir. Gertie, that's an excellent comment. One of the things going into this code update is our current code lacks any graphics, lacks any explanation. What we've already programmed into the update is the use of substantial number of graphics and charts. And I'll use the example of how the city of Fort Bragg and others updated their code, or their land use code, many years ago. Is they basically used the introduction of graphics to depict everything from parking spaces to side yard setbacks, heights, hillside grading, and so on. So all of this has been programmed into the scope of work that the consultant is working on. And we recently met with the consultant, and we constantly keep pushing graphics, because I think and I strongly believe that will solve many of the questions that staff has, let alone the general public. From those graphics, I believe that we'll even be able to create handouts that we can post at the counter, but also post online so that contractors and the general public can have a lot of their questions answered. But thank you for your comment on the video clips.
Gordy.
So first of all, as I read through your slides, I'm amazed kind of at the depth and breadth of responsibilities that you have, from economic development to running the MACs to all the normal things that we expect with a planning building services. But my question, going back to the strategic plan, you're kind of the poster child, I think, for what we need. So we're seeing climate change. It's becoming probably a little more difficult to live out in the more rural areas of Mendocino County, and I think there'll be a shift of our population to wanting to live in a more urban place where streets are maintained, where utilities are easy to come by, and public safety is also available, particularly for older people who are thinking of retiring off of larger pieces of property. So it seems like strategic planning is going to be really important if we're going to move forward in Mendocino County for our housing. And to me, while I don't expect the county to pay for it, we have to set up the framework that makes it work. And this is an example of where I think you're going to be really majorly important in the strategic plan for Mendocino County.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor McGordy. We will be a major player in the implementation of the strategic plan because, number one, there's the issues of climate change. And as we move forward, I know that we have to update our LCP in the coastal zone. And some of the things that we are looking at and trying to find is grant funding for sea level rise, because that is going to be one of the key components that comes up when we update our LCP. So climate is on the forefront, not only for an update of a plan, but again, we have to look at what our safety element tells us. We have to look at what our hazard mitigation plan tells us. And a lot of these documents that were once prepared and put on a shelf are now living, breathing documents that we now have to actually put to use and incorporate in a lot of our planning activities and a lot of the day-to-day activities that we do in processing permits. So thank you for your comments.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you. One of the things, Nash, that you brought up with the PG&E money was this one-stop idea and the reconfiguration of the front desk. And so, it wasn't funded with the PG&E money, but where are we in that process and what do you need to make that happen? And then I have another question after that.
Thank you, Supervisor Haschek. It is still in the plan, but again, it was not funded. The idea was to have a one-stop shop counter. And again, this board was not here when we talked about this thing called a Sunnyvale model many years ago, back in 2011, 2010, where the idea was to look at a city's model for a one-stop shop. Having worked in Santa Clara County, having met with the planning director from Sunnyvale, he actually pointed me away from his model and said, go talk to this other city. And I actually worked on project re-engineering for Santa Clara County, where we actually created a one-stop shop model there. And we instituted this pod approach. And I wanted to do something very similar here, but again, understanding that we don't have the resources here that a county like Santa Clara has. My goal was to create an opportunity where we would have at least 4 workstations at the front counter that would be staffed by planning, building, fire, and environmental health. And a person would come in, make an appointment, sit down with each of the 4 entities, work through their plan to a point where they can actually walk out that day with a permit as a one-stop shop, or at least be able to be helped, told, this is what you need, come on back on the next day and submit your application. Really what it comes down to is customer service. If the customer feels that they are being helped, they're going to come in and apply for permits. And again, I've seen this model, I've instituted this model in Santa Clara County, and it works. And the idea is that it cuts down the amount of traffic coming to the individual planners or building inspectors or plans examiners, because now you have dedicated folks up at the front counter. And every planner, every building inspector, every person would rotate through. And it's very easy to give the fire marshal an opportunity to sit at a desk 1 or 2 days a week. We can schedule these appointments for people to come in on certain days of the week and say, here's what needs to be done, and help these folks. This is a model that PRMD in Sonoma County has used for a number of years. They've been trying to update their models periodically, but I think we're looking at the big players sitting at the table, and what best way to do it than to have this approach where we provide the stations for them to do this. And ultimately, we get a happy customer, permits are issued, and it's a win-win for everybody.
And Ash, what do you need in terms of resources to make that happen? Like
Again,
dollar.
I'd have to go back and look at our original budget proposal from last spring and bring that number forward.
But I think Julia Krog, Assistant Director, will certainly look back into that too, and we can certainly follow up maybe during a CEO report or something like that as well with that information to the board.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I had another question, but I'll come back.
We'll come back.
Just to follow up on the fire inspector function. My understanding is that one of the obstacles to implementing the Sunnyvale model with the county is that we have so many different fire departments with different fire inspectors for each department, so that there's not one person that could necessarily, unless they were assigned that or delegated that authority, could sign off for each of those departments. And so if we don't have a MOU with the other fire departments assigning one person to be the universal fire inspector, which maybe is the best option, if we don't have that, could that function in the one-stop shop be virtual, so that there's the customer is going down from table to table, meeting with different people until they get to the fire inspector, and then the appropriate fire department that has jurisdiction over that set of plans can be meeting virtually with the client at that time. So it just seems like that could resolve the issue that I thought was the primary obstacle to having the one-stop shop, was the fact that we have 22 fire departments. There's not one fire inspector signing off on all plans for the entire county.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. That is a good comment, and I do agree with you. That was the impediment to the Sunnyvale model issue. I was fortunate in Santa Clara to oversee the fire marshal's office in our department, and so we were able to implement the one-stop shop. Here we do have over 20 fire districts, and everybody has a different answer and a different approach to doing things. And so this is something we've been giving it some thought as to how to implement it. I mean, right now we can work with Ukiah Valley Fire, and they typically have, in the past, were able to come in under the previous fire marshal and assist us. But this is something we can look at with some of the other areas. Now that some of these other fire districts have started to collect fees, this is an opportunity to reach out to them and say, hey, this is something we would like to implement. Is this something that you're willing to come on board? Until such time as the county has a designated fire marshal, it is still going to be an impediment, but it is still something that we could explore, this idea of a virtual approach, and see if they're willing to do that. It does become somewhat challenging, especially during the summer months during fire season, because one of the things that we've also been looking at is talking to CAL FIRE about any potential assistance, because CAL FIRE does cover a lot of the areas in the unincorporated area that we deal with. But yes, this is all.
Before we go on, is there a board consensus on asking planning to bring that proposal back?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I see a majority. Okay, Supervisor Jurdy. Okay, Haschek.
Yeah, this is a question for John Burks. Is when I look at the code enforcement levels, and it says that the 2022 projected code enforcement capacity is 1,067, and that the project workload is 1,788 cases. So there's a discrepancy there of over 700. What is the plan, or what do you need to bring that into alignment? Because if we have 700 people who are complaining or make complaints and they don't get any action, that that's going to create a lot of discontentment.
And this is John Burks, Code Enforcement Manager. If I may respond to Supervisor Heshek through the chair. I think that, a lot of times the kind of visual that code enforcement isn't responding is going to be looked at a little bit differently moving forward now that we have some administrative staff to, reach out to complainants and do more reports through the CEO. And, I think our messaging overall will improve so that, we can kind of work on that sort of public image that, that we may not be responding when we certainly are. And so being as that we've been complaint driven for so long, that's our primary function, or has been our primary function, is to respond to these complaints and solve community quality of life problems. So we've actually had a lot of success. We just need to message that, better, more efficiently, which we'll be able to do now that we've had, some staffing increases. And then to kind of respond to the difference between our capacity at the moment and then what we anticipate is, coming our way this year. One of the approaches that we've decided to take under the direction of the department head is to use data and information to understand what our accomplishments have been and then how to improve on them. So our case capacity right now is 97, but as we create more efficiencies, ultimately what we are striving to do is to increase the efficiency of every officer. We have an in-house training program now. A lot of how we're viewing this has stemmed from the enhanced cannabis enforcement plan that the board approved last summer. And in that is a lot of really helpful tools to the unit. So we're exploring those now. We're bringing on more staff, we're training, and we're really revamping everything as it pertains to code enforcement. So if we could take each officer from, say, 97 complaints or cases a year to 160, that would more or less take care of the 1788. How do we do that? Well, we're streamlining a lot of things. Nash's mention of, the streamlined front end will also help code enforcement drive people into the permitting process. So the sooner we can turn them around, I think that our capacity for case management will go up as well. So as a department, as we increase our efficiency, we'll also reap those benefits in code enforcement. So I try not to just go with the standard answer of, well, if we had more people, we could accomplish more, which you already know that. But if those resources are not available, because obviously we have some financial limitations in the county, we're going to do the absolute best that we can as code enforcement to serve the community and also honor the board's request that we do some directed enforcement as it pertains to cannabis. So I hope that answers your question. I think that it's not overly optimistic. I think, all the things that we're doing in terms of the strategic plan, our development as a department, and then also creating a dedicated code enforcement division is all going to work towards, good things to come.
Okay, thank you.
McCordy.
So I just want to make a note too that a year ago, as a kind of a brand new supervisor working with Supervisor Jurdy with the planning and building services and the cannabis division at that time, what great progress has been made in 1 year with this department, with our focused attention as a board. And I think this is an example of how collaboration between the board and a department that's struggling a bit really pays off. And we're looking at sort of next steps here, and I've really enjoyed working with everybody in the department who I've come in contact with, and they seem to be making some good success stories and strides forward.
I have a question. Nash, can we put your name next to some of the strategic plan items? Are you, can I encourage you to be part of the coalition of the willing?
If I may, through the chair, yes, you may. And again, I'd like the opportunity to look through these more in depth and really look at the ones that we can actually achieve, because I think Supervisor McGordy made a statement earlier in the board meeting. We have to look at what we can actually deliver and not overpromise.
It sounds like you're willing to do that, put your name next to the items, maybe a dollar amount to give us some sense.
I can go ahead and provide some guidance in looking at, especially a lot of these that deal with housing. A lot of these items really belong with a housing expert and not necessarily planning. But again, I'm willing to look at all of these, have you put my name next to them, and I can provide as much guidance as I can to both the board, the department, and the county.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment.
We have one public comment on the line. We have Michael Katz.
I have no comment at this time. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, board, can we accept this presentation? Okay.
Yes.
Let's move on. I think we have just enough time to do item 4D, the crop report, and it'll be presented by our ag department.
Good morning, County Board of Supervisors, CEO Angelo. This is Jim Donnelly, County Agricultural Commissioner. We're here today to present the 2020 Agricultural Crop Report to you for approval. Our Assistant Agricultural Commissioner, Aaron Holt, will do that presentation for you. We have a 2020 cannabis addendum to the crop report. Has a lot more information than last year. Thanks to the MCA, was able to get their members to answer the surveys. In 2020, we presented the crop report on March 9th at a board meeting, but that was not approved by the Board of Supervisors, and we were asked to speak with Glenn McGordy and work out some details on that. The surveys did not give adequate information, and unfortunately last year's crop report had fairly low numbers for the production of cannabis in Mendocino County. However, there isn't any way of receiving any additional information at this time. The Agricultural Commissioners Association is working with the California Department of Cannabis Control for a memorandum of understanding that the Department of Cannabis Control will supply information for the crop reports in the future. That has not been finished at this time, but it hopes to be finished before the information is gathered for the crop report for year 2021. So if what we would like to do is bring the 2019 crop report back to the board under a consent agenda with or without the cannabis addendum for you to look at for possible approval. So I'd like to, if there are any questions, I'd like to introduce Aaron Holt to discuss the crop report for year 2020 with you.
I don't see any. Go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Aaron Holt. Thank you, CEO Angelo, Chair Williams, and other Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to present the 2020 crop report for Mendocino County. Just as a starter, total production, including timber and all our other known commodities, grapes, cattle, pears, was a total production was, I'm just going to round to the nearest millions, 222.8 million. That's a 17.9% decrease over 2019 years. All agriculture production minus timber was 129 million. That's a 20.4 difference over the previous years. The fruit and nut crops, which grapes fall into, was 92.7 million. That was 26.1% lower than last year. Grapes did represent the biggest decrease in the 1 year turnaround. There's $32.2 million difference in the grape production. That was a largely due to market instability, a glut of bulk wine on the market from the 2018 year, which was the highest production for Mendocino County and most other grape producing counties in the state. 2018 was the biggest year on record. So there was quite a few crops that weren't picked because contracts there were various reasons why crops weren't picked in 2020. Field crops, 13.4 million. That's only a down 0.4%. Livestock and poultry, 1.4 million, down 4.8%. Nursery production, 1.8 million. That was up 4%. Nursery production and vegetable production were both up, and we think that was because of the COVID climate, more people just wanting better food stability, buying more nursery products, and planting their own gardens. Moving on to wine grape production, whites versus reds. Mendocino County, at least 2/3 of our 16,000 plus acres, 10,966 of that was in white was in white grapes, 5,400 acres in red. Moving on to pears, acreage was relatively the same, 974 acres. It's only 5 less than the year before. Production tons per acre were up. Total tons produced was less than 100. It was 15,000 tons. That's up about 1,000 from the year before. Prices were slightly down, but total production specifically for Bartlett pears was 7.8 million. It's only down less than 2% from the year before. Apples in Mendocino County aren't what they used to be. Used to range in thousands of acres. Now we're down to a consistent 216 acres of apples. Total production value in 2020 was only 151,000. That's down from 476,000 the year before. That has to do with fluctuating market demand for fresh versus juice. does seem like the hard cider side of it is slowly decreasing. Even though there are some producers in our county that have made some great product and their market share is increasing. So we hope that continues. Moving on to livestock, we were only down about 1.8% across the board. That has many contributing factors, mostly due to drought and the fires that we sustained in 2018 that burned a lot of the grazing land in the Mendocino National Forest. Producers are still recovering from that, trying to see what the available grazing allotments are going to be. See that that'll continue in the future as if the drought doesn't get better. Nursery production, greenhouse square footage was up to 60,500 square feet. That's up about 500 square feet from the year before. Saw a 5.3 increase in net nursery production, up to 1.8 million. Timber production, again, Mendocino County again is in the top 5 as far as timber producing counties. Mendocino was 4th in the state. Board feet production was down about 6 million board feet. Production value, when you include in trucking and whatnot, the mill value was 93.8 million compared to 109 million from the year before. You know, timber goes up and down, you know, primarily based on, you know, housing and the demand for new construction. So that's a brief run through. Are there any questions before we move on to the cannabis addendum?
No, I'm not seeing any hands. I appreciate the report. Can the ag department put its name next to the strategic plan item E3, which is support sustainable forestry, agriculture, and landscapes as a county policy with focus on lowering carbon emissions?
If that's the board's desire, we can do that.
Well, I'm wondering if could the ag department look over this proposed strategic plan and see which items you can commit to owning as a lead? That's one that stood out to me, but perhaps there are others.
That was 5A?
It was E3.
Yeah, we can review that, and that does seem like a logical fit that we could help facilitate that that discovery. And yes, we could look into potential other items that Elizabeth Garcia has been an integral part in the strategic plan, and she does keep us updated, and we'd love to participate more.
I don't see any hands. Why don't you go ahead with the cannabis report?
Want us to make any comments about 2019 cannabis addendum? We do have that. It was reviewed by Supervisor McGordy. We do plan to put that on a consent item to be brought before you for approval.
Supervisor McGordy, what do you think the confidence interval is on that in terms of accuracy?
Not very good. That's kind of why I'm not endorsing it.
Well, with that non-endorsement, should we maybe ask the ag department to just scrap it?
Yeah, I think that it might be interesting as a relic, but I wouldn't officially endorse it as our production of Mendocino County for 2019.
Is there board consensus on that? I support it. I support Supervisor McGordy's direction to not work on it any further and shred it. Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, if Supervisor McGordy could explain a little bit more about why you don't endorse it, I'd appreciate knowing why.
So we just didn't have much of a sample size. And again, as Supervisor Williams talked about, a confidence interval, that's kind of where you know that you've done enough sampling and you're confident in your statistics that you reach inside of a certain number that says I'm 95% confident. That's pretty standard in a lot of science, that what we're looking at is accurate based on our sampling. And the methodology that was used just wasn't that great, and I think it was much improved for 2020. So 2020 is probably a pretty accurate reflection of the legal production of cannabis, but 2019 just wasn't a big enough sample size. Aaron, I don't know if you want to go into the details on it, but I don't think that it's a representative sample that gives us a accurate information.
Yeah, just to give a little more, really the only concrete figure we had to go on was from the tax collector's report, which ended, they run on a different fiscal timeline. Their year ended, I think, December 31st of 2019. So we had reporting data from, September 2018, which is, when the program went live in 2018. So kind of had an offset set of numbers and all we got from the tax collector was taxes paid and a number for gross sales. So it didn't quite capture the whole year of 2019.
And of course, about half those cannabis farms didn't file taxes. So
exactly.
So I want to make it clear, it's no reflection on the ag department. It's kind of like garbage in, garbage out. You don't have solid data to work with, so we can't expect a credible report. But it's not due to the lack of effort. We know how hard you tried to compile that data.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment?
We do. First on the line is Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I want to thank the Ag Department for working on this document, and we're grateful to have been able to provide some useful support in putting this together. We're certainly encouraged to see it be included, and I think that it certainly demonstrates the significant contribution that cannabis makes to the county economy. When you look at the numbers that are included here, you think, where is that going? Obviously, a lot of it goes to taxes and fees and operations and licensing. And, another place that it goes is to federal taxes in a way that not many other businesses have to deal with, because as many of you may know, due to IRS code 280E, cannabis businesses are unable to write off a lot of traditional business expenses that other businesses are able to write off. So these businesses are operating at a substantial disadvantage, so they're not able to write off expenses. Many of those expenses are being put into this community. People are spending money locally. So this is an incredibly important part of our local county economy, and this document kind of really shows the kind of economic activity that it's driving. And so it's really important that we utilize this information and we do everything we can to protect that revenue source. Certainly, the challenges in the market lately have, I would lead us to predict that these numbers will decrease this year. But we really believe that this finally, as we have continued to say, shows the economic impact. And we encourage you to do everything in your power to support and protect that economic impact and the people behind that economic impact. And we certainly appreciate this report and look forward to helping in the future the Ag Department continue to create valuable tools that show just how valuable the cannabis industry is here in Mendocino County. Thank you for your time.
Supervisor McGordy.
Clearly cannabis is an important part of the farming mix in Mendocino County. It's unfortunate that it's not technically classified as agriculture because it sure looks like it to me. But I'm kind of curious. Do we know exactly how much tax income we make on cannabis in Mendocino County that comes in the county coffers? So I know the number for Monterey County is pretty accurate. They have about 80 acres in production. They're bringing in about $20 million in tax income and spending about $3.5 million on their program. And I got that speaking with one of their supervisors. I just wonder where we're at if we have such a number.
I wonder if we could, is the tax collector available? While the clerk is checking, Supervisor McGordy, the last number I recall is about 4.6 million. But clearly the bottom is falling out. A lot of cannabis farmers in our county are hurting, where I don't think we're expecting to see anywhere near that much.
And I also have just another question for the Ag Department. Under organic and sustainable agriculture in your report, you say that there's over 7,000 acres of organically certified grapes. And is that correct? Is that the right number? Because if that's the case, it certainly jumped a lot in the last few years.
I'll have to verify that, but I do believe that to be accurate. Those are out of our 16,000 plus acres, close to that number is all in grapes. A very small percentage is other crops. We do still lead the state as far as organic grape production goes. We are still slightly higher than Napa and Sonoma, I believe.
Oh, for a while we were kind of staying flat or falling behind a little bit, but it looks like we picked up again in our organic certification.
I do believe that to be true.
I think we have a couple more public comments.
We do. Next on the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Hannah Nelson.
Yes, thank you, board. If I could just comment real quickly, this is really hard to follow the presentations when the speakers are seeing the presentation and trying to keep up with two different devices. I would suggest possibly if you try to see just how hard that is to follow what slide, what page they're on, and it goes pretty quickly. My comments are, I hope that next year going forward, that yeah, we are looking at a reduction in vineyards as well as cannabis production. And there's an extra burden on the cannabis farmer with the having to go with the tax. And I don't know how you can work that out if we're going fallowing and not having to pay that tax protest. And if Ag Department, working with MCA, could get nurseries in it, because nursery production is not as huge, but it is a little more stable and slower in decline than actual cannabis flower. And I think that Mendocino has an opportunity to do very well in that area. And will we be seeing, I know that we don't have very many data points on the hemp report, but hopefully going forward this year, we'll have more farmers participating and they could include the hemp in that next crop report. Thank you.
Next on the line is Hannah Nelson.
Good morning, board. Thank you for allowing me to comment. I echo the comments of the last two speakers and just want to relate this conversation back to the earlier conversation regarding the strategic plan. which, by the way, it was difficult to jump in and figure out a way to be able to comment in relation to the discussion that the board was having. So Ron Edwards' prior comments about the difficulty of being able to comment in real time is echoed as well. At any rate, with respect to the strategic plan and this crop report, I think that and the future discussion of a standing committee, I think that these numbers demonstrate the importance of cannabis throughout the county and how it impacts all activities in the county. And that really you can't sequester cannabis as a separate item to the other items that are related to the county. And really, we shouldn't look at these cannabis related issues in isolation because they impact, just as other aspects of the crop reports indicate, impact the fabric of all aspects of life in Mendocino County for all of its citizens. Thank you.
Hey, Hannah, before you drop off,
Sure.
Yeah, I have a favor to ask. We have an ad hoc that's tasked with some of the cannabis items. Could you work with them? One of the problems we have is public comment is on every topic seems to be tied into cannabis. And it's just not an effective way to move the needle. And I know we're trying to save farms that are struggling and state policy is really difficult, but just it's not working. We're not getting anywhere. And I think given that we have an ad hoc that's focused on it, the best thing to do is get everybody together, work with that ad hoc, try to help them get some draft language that can be presented to the board for action. Because otherwise we're all kind of doing an echo chamber of the problems and never actually implementing solutions. And I know you're one of the key players. You have a lot of ideas. Are you willing to have this referred to the ad hoc?
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, it has been a little confusing. On the one hand, a standing committee has been rejected. On the other hand, the ad hoc has been limited to 2 specific issues. So it's unclear what the proper process for a volunteer citizen like myself to bring forth constructive ideas and work with the appropriate body. So I think that a clear statement of including additional scopes of work for the existing ad hoc at the very least would be needed so that we don't feel like we're going out of process if we try to submit something not already in its scope and then just get knocked down because it's not within the ad hoc scope. So it's kind of a catch-22 on this end, but of course I have been and continue to be willing to work with both staff and supervisors who are tasked with issues related to cannabis and how it affects every other issue in the county. Happy to do it.
Is the ad hoc willing to broaden its scope to cover the items that have been raised today?
I'm sorry, Chair.
Supervisor McGordy.
Chair, I'm sorry, there's other issues that should be included besides this crop report issue.
Understood. Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, so I'm just not sure where this would end, and kind of going with what Supervisor Mulheron has said about sharing responsibility. I prefer kind of the approach that we have topics that get brought in front of the board as a whole, and that we maybe have a special meeting that's dedicated to this, and rather than funnel it through 2 people on an ad hoc. I'm certainly willing to work on individual projects, but I kind of don't want it to be this open-ended thing that never ends. So.
Oh, okay. So is the board's preference to have a special meeting? I don't know how to handle the social contract of if we have that meeting, how do we get all of the cannabis related discussion at that meeting and not everywhere else? But, as chair, I want to say it's becoming a problem as I try to work with staff on scheduling meetings. We're looking at big blocks of time because every item is padded with, you're going to get comments about cannabis. And I understand there are issues there. We have a problem, but it would be more effective if we could get all parties to agree to talk about it in one place.
I agree with you. I think that's right.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, part of the problem is that we've got all these issues that are outside the purview of the ad hoc, and I've tried to be respectful of Supervisor McGordy's commitment to just dealing with the portal and the equity issues. At the same time, when other issues come up, we aren't dealing with them, and it's like, how do we get them fully fleshed out before they come to the board? Because otherwise it's going to take us a long time if we just have general concepts, such as the following idea. It's we could bring it to the board as a concept. We could, I think Hannah Nelson's brought some language forward, but there's a myriad of issues that are outside that ad hoc's purview and that need to be fleshed out before they come to the board. That's why I have proposed a standing committee or something to deal with them, so that when they come here, we're being more efficient, not just spending a lot of time.
John, I
working on-
appreciate that. I see that we don't have, we have a split board on the idea of a standing committee for cannabis. I know you volunteered, and I'm grateful that you keep volunteering to take on cannabis. What if you just work on it as one supervisor with the cannabis community? You funnel it all to you, and when you have language ready, you can sponsor it with specific changes. What I'm looking for is getting the concepts off the agenda. We want to see red line changes that'll solve the problem. And I know you can't solve all of the problems, but those that we can, we need those specific changes and not just a rehashing of the problem.
Well, I really don't think it's fair just to put it on one supervisor. That's going away from what we're trying to do, is have everyone discuss it. So anyway, right now we're spending a lot of time discussing which way to do it, right? So
Supervisor McGordy.
I was thinking kind of the same thing, was of having a liaison to the cannabis industry. Just as informally, I'm kind of a liaison to the wine industry because I know a lot of what goes on there. We don't have near the issues other than water associated with other parts of agriculture that we do with cannabis, just because of sort of the weird nature that our laws have been created. But I know that Supervisor Haschak's got very good relations with people in the cannabis industry, and a lot of the grows are in his district. So it sort of makes sense that he could be a point person, kind of get the issues, and then we schedule our board meetings. They can be scheduled in advance and say we're committing to this block of time on or this day, and then bring forward things that we have a chance to see ahead of time, and as you said, our red line ordinance changes or whatever.
Okay, was that all of the public comment for 4D crop report?
That was.
All right, I don't think we need a motion. Support in favor of accepting the report?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to adjourn for a closed session working lunch, and this will be to hear item 7A, which is Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Child Support Director. 7B, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Cannabis Program Director. And 7C, Government Code Section 54956.9D4, Conference with Legal Counsel, Initiation of Litigation, one case. Let's meet back in closed session at 12:25.
Vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this.
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Hindi manandarki sadyam. A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये बेच में आए.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
On item 7A, the board voted unanimously to appoint Robin Heller as Child Support Director. 7B, no action. 7C, direction given to staff. And next up is 5B, which is a authorization to allocate $50,000 to the Inland Water and Power Commission. Would Supervisor Mulherin like to present?
I see that Supervisor McGordy unmuted, so I'll go ahead and let him take this one. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as you're probably aware, we are negotiating to have some kind of control over the water coming through the Potter Valley project. And the plot kind of thickens because we do have an ad hoc committee put together by Congressman Huffman to look at taking over the PG&E power plant through the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And so far, I think our efforts have not succeeded from the point of view that we haven't been able to come up with the dollars that are necessary to really do the studies that are required. So we still are in pursuit, though, of the water rights, and the coalition, or the JPA that makes up the Inland Water Power Commission, continues to have legal expenses as we have two lawyers working on our behalf, Scott Shapiro and Tom Johnson, and we're in negotiations with the partners to kind of decide what's next. We're starting to actively look for other sources of funding. So Sonoma County Water Agency, who is a part of the Two Basin Solution Coalition, has obtained a couple $2 million specifically to study some issues associated with taking over the Potter Valley project and possibly removing Scott Dam. And in addition to that, the Mendocino Inland Water Power Commission is doing a study to look at a parcel tax for all those inside of the district. So we're going to begin with a survey of being done by Brian Godby and Associates. So that's actually kicked off today. So we are pursuing other financial avenues, but meanwhile, we still have to continue to contribute to the dues to keep this process going. And I've been before the board before to talk about it, as my predecessor, Carrie Brown. So this is an ongoing effort, and I expect it to continue for quite some time until we come to some sort of resolution. At some point, we'll have Janet Pauley addressing the board on the issue. Any questions?
Do you have any public comment?
No, we do not.
Supervisor Haschek?
Just for Supervisor McGordy, so all of the parties are contributing the $50,000?
Yes.
How many parties are there in this coalition?
So gosh, you asked a tough question. So it's include the city of Ukiah. It would include Mendocino County, Redwood Valley Water, and the Potter Valley Irrigation District.
Okay. All right, and the studies that you've talked about, they're multi-million-dollar studies, right? That need
Correct.
to be performed.
Yeah, it's been a little disappointing that we haven't seen funding coming forward from the federal government. I think the original thought of the coalition was that PG&E would actually fund the studies, because there would be some advantages to them financially to have us take over the project. If they have to remove the Scott Dam, it's going to be a very expensive process just from the point of view of taking a dam down, and then how do you manage the silt load that would go into the Eel River system? Not to mention probably all the litigation that would also happen, because at the moment Lake County is not part of the process, and they're pretty disappointed about that. So this is quite the big issue that we're facing here in Mendocino County.
Glenn, what does residents pay for water today?
Kind of depends where you are. So Mo can probably answer that question better than me, since she lives inside of city limits. I just remember when I did, and this was 20 years ago, I was paying somewhere between $50 and $100 a month to irrigate my yard and have all the necessary water. Any thoughts, Mo?
Do not have my account balance on me. Apologies. I think that one of the most important things for the board and the public to consider, and we talk about this all the time when the subject of Lake Mendocino comes up, is that really and maybe I'm just saying this is my opinion, the most important thing is that we keep this project under local control and we do what our community would like to do with it. I think that is really key and worth investing county dollars in, trying to make sure that is what happens.
John?
Good point. Oh, sorry.
Well, it seems like this is another case where we don't have any other options. We have to keep pursuing this. And so I'll move the recommended action.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Roll call vote.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
and Supervisor Journey.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, I think we're on to item 4E. And this is adoption of an ordinance terminating the urgency moratorium on commencement of phase 3 cannabis cultivation permitting under 10A17. And this is sponsored by County Council on Planning and Building Services. Who would like to present? County Council.
Mr. Chair, I have Deputy County Council Matt Kudrowski on to present this item.
So this is Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski. This item will be terminating the urgency moratorium on the commencement of phase 3 cannabis cultivation permitting. The original moratorium was adopted on March 22nd, 2021, in order to give the county time to stop the commencement of phase 3 in order to consider whether or not we had to go forward with other cannabis cultivation regulations. It was extended by Ordinance 4490 on April 12th, and over that time period, the county did consider additional cannabis cultivation ordinances on June 22nd. That were adopted. However, given the referendum and the signature count on September 14th, the board repealed that ordinance pursuant to the Elections Code. So, due to the fact that the original reason for the urgency no longer exists, we've brought forward this ordinance to terminate. If there's any questions, let me know. And I believe that both Julia Krog and Kristen Nevedal are available as well for any questions.
Any board questions? Any up? Supervisor Jordy?
So if the suspension of the program is lifted and new applications come in, I'm just kind of curious, what's going to be the impact on the cannabis division, planning department, et cetera, just to accept and process these applications?
This is Julia Krog. I can at least speak to potential impacts to the planning division.
So with phase 3, the ordinance that would be going into effect, there are some zoning districts that do require an administrative permit or possibly even a use permit. And at this time, our office would likely still be handling those until the cannabis program is staffed sufficiently in order to be able to handle those in-house. I would want to defer to Kristen if she is available regarding the impacts to the cannabis program staff.
Kristen Nevedal's not currently on the line.
Okay, well, we'll come back to her. Haschak?
Yes. So my question was along the lines of what Supervisor Jurdy was asking is, can we prioritize the people who've already been in the system for a long time? What is the process going to be with these new applicants coming on?
Julia, can you?
Sure, I can at least speak to, again, for the planning division. And with the planning division, we handle permits basically when they come in. So first in time, sort of first in right as well. So if we're dealing with phase 1 applicants, we would be handling those permits first, if provided that they're complete applications and ready to go. And then we would be moving on to any phase 3 applications.
Thank you. Glenn?
So this is a question for County Council. The 2218 failed, obviously, to really win the hearts and minds of a lot of our residents. But I know the Redwood Valley MAC has really kind of endorsed and embraced some of the ideas behind having some notification and some other environmental issues. So what is the possibility of us changing ending of 1018 to encompass those? 1017A to encompass some of those ideas?
Well, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think we'd have to hear those out and get direction from the board. And then any amendments to 1017 will require reviewing that ordinance and, frankly, the initial study mitigated neg deck in terms of how that can, if there's any changes that would actually implicate that. If we ended up thinking it's all procedural changes, that might not require any real additional environmental review, but we have to get direction to review what people want us to look at.
Matt, is it foreseeable based on our changes that it could be a process that takes years?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think that depends on the change. Frankly, years would mean if it's a change where it's significant enough that we're looking at planning commission and board hearings and something beyond an addendum process where it's in CEQA, if you hit certain thresholds of changes to the project, you have to undertake further environmental review. So, if it's notification processes, possibly not. If we're talking about changes that would actually have potential effect on the environment, then potentially further CEQA review would be required.
And is it fair to say at this point, we have no legal justification to continue the moratorium?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think that is, what the basis of the moratorium was to allow for additional time to study, regulations that would cut off the need for phase 3 cultivation. Starting in as of September, there was at least some discussion, at least from public comment before the board about potential further changes. And when nothing came forward, we started preparing an item to come before the board.
Okay, Kristen, before you joined, there were a couple of questions regarding how the cannabis program would prioritize phase 1 versus phase 3. Can you give us a brief answer?
Well, I think, we'll be reviewing applications in the order they're completed. So, phase 1 applicants have complete applications. Once we get through this, wrapping up this portal system, we'll be going back to reviewing the complete applications in the order received. So that doesn't necessarily ensure that all phase 1 applicants are prioritized, because really it would be up to the applicant to have the complete application so we can move forward with processing. But we're also looking at a portal for phase 3. So applications wouldn't necessarily, it's less likely that applications would come to the department via phase 3 applicants that aren't complete. We'll have to upload their completed materials to the portal and then pay that application fee before we see an application.
Thank you. Counsel and then Haschak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two things. First of all, I wanted to let the board know there is a mistake on the recommended action on this item. It should be introduce and waive first reading of the ordinance rather than adoption. So I just would, assuming the members of the board want to make the motion, I would ask that it be modified to reflect that. And then the other point is just in terms of the moratorium and sort of the legal justification. I would just note, normally under statute, there's sort of a finite period of time that a board is authorized to sort of keep the moratorium in place and require sort of updated findings over time to allow time for studying of any changes. Given the sort of unusual processes we've had here, it really has been quite a while that phase 3 has ended up closed. First to the sort of initial phase out time or initial time to allow priority for the phase 1 applicants. And then to allow time to study and to make the changes for the ordinances that ultimately didn't end up getting adopted. I have mentioned to the board in the past, I have had some concerns essentially about the length of the period of time of exclusivity for cultivation for the phase 1 cultivators. I do think you'll probably still have to get through the prioritization and get through the processing of the phase 1 applications before you can really start getting finished with the phase 3. And before people start growing under phase 3, which would again be not until they actually have a final and approved permit. But I think you're in a legally better position if you've at least opened the door to taking in those applications, understanding that you need to go ahead and process the phase 1s first.
Supervisor Haschuk.
Thank you, Chair Williams. So one of the questions I think Supervisor McGorty was alluding to was the ban on water hauling. And if I remember correctly, that phase 3 as it exists, if we reopen it, doesn't have the ban on water hauling. So the question would be, if we wanted to implement that, and it certainly seems like that was very popular with the people, how long would that take? Would that take extensive environmental review, or could it be done fairly quickly?
So, and council, how far off topic can we get before we go down that path of considering changes to the ordinance? Is that within the scope?
I think the question is aimed essentially at the timing of potential changes that may impact how long phase 3 is open. So I think you're still on topic. I just would be careful not to get too far into the weeds of debating the pros and cons of a water hauling change.
Okay. Is that for Kudrowski?
Right.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I don't really want, I hate hazarding a guess as to what we could reasonably think that would mean in terms of if we're banning water hauling, if that was a kind of a presumption for many people under phase 1, what would that mean? The potential impacts on phase 3 people, if those people were not eligible to do so, and then where do they find their water? So I think I'd probably want to have at least some discussions on that, as opposed to shooting from the hip in this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any public comment?
We do. First on the line is Monique Ramirez, followed by Michael Katz and Hannah Nelson.
Hello, Monique Ramirez, District 3, representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We submitted a memo on this agenda item and we support the termination of the moratorium. It's only right to allow phase 3 operators an opportunity to come forward, but we do have concerns about the prioritization and the processing of applications given the landscape we're currently facing with the portal submissions, Appendix G, as well as equity grant proposals. So it's good to hear this discussion being raised by several of the supervisors, trying to understand how that will be tackled, and look forward to seeing more information about a potential phase 3 portal and how that will be addressed. It's just really important that the 990 applicants that have already applied get their license. And I really hope that the board works with the Mendocino Cannabis Program Director and their staffing to ensure that they are suited to be able to process all of the potential new applications that come forward. That is a big concern of ours. And another question we do have is about the drought. And originally, back when this was being discussed, there was, feelings about having no new cultivation come forward until the drought passes. We don't know yet how this spring is going to look. So I'm curious what the board plans to do about that. And it'd be nice to hear some discussion on that. Thank you so much.
Next is Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I align with the comments that were just made by Mo Ramirez per the memo that we submitted, and certainly don't need to take up any additional time on this item. So thank you for your consideration.
And last is Hannah Nelson.
Good afternoon. I also am going to keep this brief, but I would suggest that there's a discussion regarding phase 3 language that was going to be refined regarding watershed assessments and some of the definitions prior to the development of the discretionary permit process that the moratorium was intended to be halted for the development of. There was discussion, particularly by environmental consultants who deal with the water issues all the time, who had great confusion over some of the terms that were used in the original 10A17080 subsection C, and then below that little a, b, and c. And so I suggest that a further discussion of whether refinement of those terms should be picked back up. That was many years ago that discussion was had. But just to let you know that there are environmental scientists out there who are confused about what some of those definitions would look like, what the requirements are. And we'd hate to wind up in the same kind of situation where we have ordinance language that nobody quite understands as specific enough and what the standards are. Additionally, I just want to point out, as a practical matter for those that might apply in phase 3, there is a state licensing deadline for provisional licenses. So if people don't get those local applications processed in time, they will have to apply for a full annual state license if they've missed the window, which is different for different styles of growing and whether or not you're an equity applicant, in order to obtain a state license. So that just would mean that they would have to go through the application process and the full CEQA process before they could do anything. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Can I invite a motion? Ideally, not the recommended action. Dan?
Yeah, so I have a question first for county staff. So we lift the moratorium, and I understand because it's been in place for so long. But I do think it's not inconceivable that we're going to get some feedback from community members that they're wanting some of the protections that we had in fact put in the other ordinance that has since been repealed due to voter activity. So sort of the contradiction there, that there were environmental protections in the new ordinance that are not in this ordinance. And I think we're going to hear at some point that people are going to want those environmental protections into sort of community notification protections that were in the new ordinance put into this ordinance. So if we lift the moratorium, would it be the time frame. I mean, I don't know if anybody has the energy to work on revising this ordinance. We've spent so many years working on ordinance revisions. Maybe it just, it's just the way it is, and there'll be complaints because people will feel they weren't notified. But it does seem like we're likely to get complaints due to the imperfect notification process and protections that are in this older ordinance. So I don't know what's the time frame for if we lift this ban, but then wanted to make some of those amendments into this ordinance. Is it something that's could be done within 6 months or 12 months, assuming it's not creating significant environmental? I mean, it's really environmental protections, not it's not unleashing new impacts on the environment.
If I may answer to the chair, just again, the environmental review is going to be most likely the most time-consuming part of any ordinance change. So if we're looking at something that isn't going to really require any significant environmental review, because we're talking about maybe just process change or something that has no foreseeable environmental impacts, I think realistically, I think 6 months would not be outside of the realm of reason, depending upon the level of complexity, the amount of discussion, the amount of changes, the amount of back and forth. Drafting may not be a particularly onerous process, but that really depends on sort of how quickly the board would settle on what changes it wanted to make, and what nuances and levels of complexity there might be inside that. I also do want the board to be aware we had previously done some research, and based on the relevant statutes, it looks like if someone applies now under the existing ordinance, any changes to the ordinance before their application is approved would be applicable to them. So essentially, they don't invest until after the application has been granted. And since we're looking at an annual permitting process, additional requirements may be imposed on them later as well. So there would be some time there to be able to implement some changes.
John.
So the question that Mo Ramirez asked about the moratorium on new projects that required water, and looking outside, it's totally cloudless sky in January. Where are we with that? And is that in effect still? Do we need to renew it? We don't know what the rest of the spring is going to look like, but at the time, it's not looking that good. So can someone answer that question, please?
I want to make sure that I understand. Supervisor Hashak, are you referring to the urgency ordinance that was passed in light of the drought previously?
Well, yeah, and where we said there wouldn't be any new water projects that required water.
And just to be clear, and I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but my recollection was that the urgency ordinance imposed a requirement for a discretionary permit that included a finding that there would be, that essentially it would not be authorized at the time if the water, if there wasn't a finding that the water was available. So I don't believe it was a blanket ban on all types of construction or all types of development, or anything that might use water. I think it was an additional layer of review and findings that the board required staff to undertake. And I've got Mr. Krajewski looking for it right now, but we may be able to give you a little bit more of an update as to where we stand on that one. I believe that's still in place. I'm not certain exactly how that would apply in phase 3, because there is already a requirement, I believe, in phase 3 that, as Ms. Nelson referenced, to a water availability study. So I think we'd have to take a little bit of a look as to how those two pieces would fit together.
Okay, thank you.
Glenn.
Is there any kind of guess as to how many new permits we might have waiting in the wings? Kristen, do you have any feeling, or does anybody hear anything that is even maybe remotely accurate?
I have a feeling on it that this size doesn't make economic sense for people who haven't already started. You can go to Lake County and, I don't know, do 50 or 80 acre grow over there. The idea of doing a quarter acre in Mendocino, all the hoops one has to jump through and getting their state license, see how it can pencil out. So I wouldn't expect a huge flood. Kristen, do you have a different sense?
I don't. I would be, it would be purely speculative. We do get some inquiries, but we do not have a high volume of inquiries coming in about phase 3. A couple of weeks, maybe.
Yeah, I was going to say that the board should consider how much staff time is invested for what might end up being a handful of applicants, if that, as we consider how to move forward with the cannabis program as it is, and what kind of changes might need to happen. I also just wanted to mention, and I hope that staff will be able to, the team from MCP as well as PBS, really be able to put out some type of FAQ for applicants that just says, you know, this happened and what does that mean for me?
Kristen, do you want to respond to that?
Sure. So just to make sure that I'm clear on the request, is the request that we report back on the actions taken during today's meeting. And then, because we could easily do that next Wednesday, we are as we prepare the portal for phase 3, we'll be putting up a phase 3 website as we get closer with portal information, how-to information, and an updated checklist of application criteria requirements.
Wow.
It sounds like you already have planned what I had on my mind. So thank you for that.
And if I could tag on to that, it would be great to make sure the information is broad enough to answer questions for non-cultivators, community members that hear the county is opening phase 3, thinking that, you know, there was a referendum and phase 3 is over. We have 2 different phase 3s, and it sounds like legally we're forced to open. The old phase 3 passed in 2017. People who aren't tracking the play-by-play may be confused by this, so I would appreciate if the program could, in plain language, explain what just happened. Dan?
Well, county departments and county programs do all sorts of things that aren't stipulated or outlined in county ordinance. And I'm just wondering if expanded property notification could be just a board directive or a board resolution or anything short of just amending the ordinance.
County Council.
Yeah, if I may just respond to the chair, I don't see any legal impediment to that. If you just wanted to make an administrative change to the program to sort of direct that notices go out and not make that a prerequisite of the permit being granted, I believe you could do it that way. I would defer to the program in terms of you know, any operational or administrative concerns.
So just to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, the request would be to provide notification of neighbors of a pending project approval, cultivation or nursery project approval that had applied under phase 3. Hand it over to
County Council.
And Mr. Chair, I do just want to make sure that I'm clarifying. The ordinance that the board repealed after referendum had allowed for a discretionary permit process. So the intent of the notices that are going out in those cases are usually to allow the neighbors to have an opportunity to provide information that would be relevant to the planning commission or whoever the zoning or whoever the authority is that will be issuing the permit to exercise their discretion in an appropriate way. And that may be imposing conditions on the project. That may be finding that the project is not suitable for some reason. You can certainly have a mechanism by which you provide a similar sort of notice to members of the public. I would just suggest that because phase 3 is a ministerial permit system, you want to be careful not to be misleading the members of the public in thinking that because they get the notice, the county is going to have the ability to deny the permit if the neighbors don't like the idea. I might equate it to you know, some of the issues that we have, say, with use permits on cell towers is that people are frequently getting notice about the fact that there's a cell tower and there's a use permit being heard, but most of the things they actually care about are preempted, and the scope of the permitting process tends to be a bit narrower, and that can be a bit misleading to members of the public. So I think it's just important to be careful on that front.
Assistant Planning Director Julia Krog.
Thank you, Chair Williams. So I just wanted to comment too that something to think about if you're talking about doing adjacent notices is you will need to consider fee adjustments for that. That is a cost to the department that is not probably built into the current fee schedule. So certainly a newspaper notice, you get charged per the word. So you really need to make sure that whatever noticing that you would be requesting to be added in, that you're getting the cost recovery from that at the time of an application being filed.
Kristen, you have your hand up still.
Yeah, and I think in addition to what Assistant Director Krog brought up about newspaper notices, most permit notices are also sent via mail to the neighbors. That has additional costs associated with it, not just in the mailings alone, but the staff time that is associated with preparing those notices, stuffing envelopes, for example, and getting them sent out. And so we would definitely want to consider a fee adjustment for phase 3 if notices were added. But also, I think we'd appreciate having the clarity about how to address responses to those notices. So, you know, in regards to what County Council Curtis has brought up, you know, it's a ministerial permit process, but I think for sending a notice, I'm concerned that the community at large would interpret that as having an ability to respond. And then if we don't provide some sort of a response process for the community, I'm not sure that the notices will be very helpful. And I don't know what that response would look like because, you know, we wouldn't be having a public hearing on these and wouldn't be able to utilize discretion because it's a ministerial process.
Julia.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment because I just pulled up the what was the phase 3 table for planning and building too. So I want the board just to be aware what districts and what type of permits would require an administrative permit or a use permit when phase 3 would go live. So in the RR5 district, only for indoor cultivation permit types, and these are for the small indoor artificial light. That would be an administrative permit if you're under 500 square feet of cultivation area, and then up to a use permit if you're that 501 to 2,500 square foot area. That's the same for the RR10 zoning district, also for the ag district and the upland residential district. All other permit types are just a zoning clearance, so there would not be any notification to adjacent landowners. And similarly with the administrative permits, those do not technically require a notification to adjacent landowners. That's only if you do schedule those for public hearing, which is a determination by the zoning administrator.
Glenn.
So right now, if you are going to get a license to grow, do you have to post it on your property, such as like when a winery is going in, you have to post a notification from ABC?
You do not need to post your permit, but you do need to make it readily available as well as your other state permits and state licenses for local and state inspection.
So adding my perspective here, I think maybe it's a mistake for the board just sort of on the cuff to make up a new requirement, thinking about the fee schedule, the process, potential backlash of people thinking that they have a say because they got a notice. How does the board feel about trying it out, seeing how many applicants we get, and then deciding how to move forward, and maybe putting a little bit more thought into it? I certainly can't in the moment decide whether it's a good idea. I see some potential pitfalls, and perhaps there are more. Dan?
Well, I'd like to ask Julie Krog to go over what is allowed under the RR5. I mean, I know that one of the things that I worked to get into the new ordinance, which no longer exists, was an exclusion of commercial cannabis in the rural residential 5-acre zoning. And there's a decent number of 5-acre residential neighborhoods near Fort Bragg I believe also near Ukiah, probably near Willits. And I'm just curious what exactly would be allowed under this ordinance in those 5-acre parcels.
If I may, through the chair, Julia Krog, Assistant Director, the RR5 district has a 5-acre minimum parcel size requirement under phase 3. And the allowed cultivation types are primarily the smaller cultivation types. So you have your small outdoor, which is no more than 2,500 square feet of cultivation area. You have the small indoor, the artificial light that I mentioned, all the way up to 2,500 square feet. You have your mixed light, which is also 2,500 square feet. You would have the opportunity for medium outdoor. That's where we get into some zoning clearances as well, which is 2,501 square feet to 5,000 square feet. And then you would be allowed medium mixed light, and that's it. So there's no indoor that would be allowed above the 2,500 square feet, and then mixed light and outdoor would be capped at 5,000 square feet.
So I could think of many residents, many neighborhoods where if they heard that, they would say, well, that's commercial cultivation. I mean, it's beyond what they've grown to live with. And, you know, there may be some neighbors growing cannabis in the neighborhood, but not on that scale. And so I'm anticipating some blowback to the county with this ordinance going live. You know, granted, the price of cannabis has dropped. Maybe people won't pursue it, but there's probably people who've been cultivating on a smaller scale that might scale up, you know, maybe hoping that most of what they grow will be untaxed and unreported income.
I think you're right. I don't know exactly what to do about it. The noticing, I don't think solves the underlying problem, right? It just lets people know, hey, you might want to be concerned about this. They show concern, and then what? The real answer is this was passed back in 2017. And, you know, I think the proof of prior was weird from an equal protection standpoint, creating classes. Some people can cultivate and other people can't. So, you know, I don't think we have a way to say, well, some people got in and that's it, the door's closed. And we don't have justification for another moratorium. We can't delay this. This is the fallout of 2218 failing that, like you said, would have provided environmental protection, neighborhood protection. And, you know, now we're back to people cultivating on small parcels almost by right. Glenn?
Yeah, so when I think about conflicts in the first district, that's where they're really ripe, is where we have you know, the smaller parcels and in close proximity to each other, and you know, I'm worried for us. So, but the same token, I think you're right, Chair Williams, that we should probably just wait and see what happens and not get too balled up over this until we really know what the extent of interest is for new license or new permits and licenses.
Dan?
So state licenses, I think, are annually renewed, and the county's permit, if we ended up getting a dozen or so of these in 5-acre parcels and neighbors were really upset and we wanted to phase these out. I mean, it's so much more difficult to phase it out once it's there. But I mean, if that's the course of action we want to take, what do we have as a tool in our toolbox to say, okay, you've got 3 years to phase it out? I just feel like I'm just wondering, could we put a new moratorium in place for the purposes of excluding commercial cannabis cultivation on RR5 parcels?
If I may respond through the chair, certainly you could change the zoning to, or change the ordinance to prohibit the cultivation on the RR5 parcels. You know, you always have the ability to amend that zoning table. You would need to go through environmental review, but my guess is that it's probably going to be less onerous if you're reducing the scope of what's going to be allowed. You know, that's certainly a process you could get started on. In terms of moratorium, it's a little bit more difficult. I think we would need to look at whether there really is an ability to impose a moratorium while you're going through that process. That being said, I don't know that anyone would vest in the time that it may take to make that change, unless a permit was actually processed and issued. The other question I think you had is what options would you have for a phase out? Certainly the fact that it's an annual permit structure reduces any argument as to any sort of vesting or estoppel. I would note that what the board had done in sort of the prior ordinance, I think related to the opt-out zones, was a 3-year phase-out period. And generally speaking, phase-out periods, even when there is vesting, is a way that sort of gets around any sort of takings argument, because the idea is that you've given, the person has had, notice essentially of the risk of losing the entitlement. They've had a reasonable period of time in which to recoup their investment. So, and you're also not depriving them of all commercially beneficial use of the property. You're really just saying that one particular agricultural use is no longer being permitted, or it's not necessarily agricultural. We don't get a distribution, processing, etc.
So just finally, I would like to see us not process applications in the RR5 neighborhoods, and maybe we don't have the option of continuing this moratorium for that purpose. But I would like us to, if we are going to open up or lift this moratorium, I'd like us to direct that we immediately amend the ordinance to just outright ban commercial cannabis cultivation in the RR5 neighborhoods. I don't think we're going to find any neighborhood that's RR5 that wants it.
I would second that, if that's a.
So I think we need more of a motion than that. And I'd like to check with county council. I'm afraid if we direct staff to not process a ministerial permit, we may run into a problem. Can you help us with the language that Supervisor Dirty is after, or the effect?
I think what Supervisor Dirty is looking for is essentially deprioritizing those applications and potentially putting applicants on notice that the board is considering a change, so that if they are applying in an RR5 neighborhood before they've paid a fee and before they've submitted an application, they know that it may never get through because of a prospective ordinance change. I think, frankly, you probably already have enough basis for simply directing the department to prioritize those applications in phase 1 over those in phase 3. You've got plenty of policy reasons to justify that, given the length of time that they've been around, given the fact that they're cultivating and therefore having an impact at the moment. I think that there would be ample basis for that, and you would also have the ability to go ahead and direct them, particularly to warn any applicants, or to sort of deprioritize the processing of the RR5 applications while you're in the process of an ordinance amendment.
Mo?
During all of the cannabis conversations that we had last year, I really think it's important that each site is considered. I mean, I'm sure that Supervisor Dirty has lots of RR5 in his district. There may be some in other districts that have large parcels, and without seeing a map, I'm not prepared to have that conversation. There may be RR5 parcels where it's appropriate to cultivate.
John?
Yeah, I have heard the same thing about parts of, my district where there are 5-acre parcels that might be appropriate. So it's hard to make a blanket statement.
Is it possible for us to create an ad hoc to come back with a solution? Maybe Supervisor Dirty and one other? And it couldn't be Glenn or John because they're on a different cannabis ad hocs. That leaves Mo. Would the two of you be willing to come back with a red line change for the RR5 issue?
Just specifically the RR5 issue, or like the water? I think that somebody should, take a look at the ordinance and see how we could possibly add or make changes that would reflect what the public contributed to the CCAO conversation.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's going to be a quick process, though.
I'd like to appoint Mo and Dan to phase 3 review ad hoc, if you're both willing.
Yeah, I'm willing.
I'm
Okay.
willing.
Okay. So directed. Was there another hand up? No. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to introduce an ordinance terminating the urgency moratorium on commencement of phase 3 cannabis cultivation permitting under Mendocino County Code Chapters 10A17 and 20.242.
Is there a second?
Second, and doesn't that have to include waiving the first reading?
For me, answer to the chair, if you don't waive the first reading, we need to formally read the language of the ordinance into the record.
Mo, do you want to waive it or do you want to read it?
We can waive the first reading.
Okay.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jardy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, on to 4F, our favorite topic again. This is an update on the cannabis program.
All right, thank you so much. I will do my best. This is Kristen Evidal, the Cannabis Program Director. I will do my best to keep this brief. So I just want to start off by announcing 3 public meetings that we have coming up in the MCP. They will all be held virtually via Zoom. And so I'd like to encourage the public to sign up for the county's e-notification system. Once you get into the e-notification system, please do select Cannabis as your notification of choice, which is in the news section of the e-notification system. This is really how the cannabis program, the most efficient method for communication to the public who might be interested in anything from cannabis program updates to equity program updates and upcoming local jurisdiction assistance grant program updates. We will be notifying and providing registration for the upcoming 3 meetings, which do include a department update to be held on February 9th, that's next Wednesday, from 3:30 to 5. And then the following week, February 16th, we'll be hosting our monthly local equity entrepreneur program update. Again, these are monthly meetings and are always held the 3rd Wednesday of the month, unless of course there's a holiday or other conflicting issue on the calendar. So next Wednesday, February 16th, Wednesday, from 3:30 to 5, we'll be holding a local equity entrepreneur program update. And then last but not least, with our upcoming meetings, we will be holding a local jurisdiction assistance grant program direct grant development meeting. And so this meeting will focus on hearing from the community about the development of the direct grant program that we'll be offering via funding from the local jurisdiction assistance grant program. That meeting date is Wednesday, February 23rd. And again, that meeting will run from 3:30 to 5. So I would encourage all members of the public and county staff perhaps interested in participating in those meetings to please sign up for Cannabis so that we can make sure that you get those notices and registration information. So back to the top of the update, so to speak. As everyone I'm sure is well aware, we have been working diligently on receiving, reviewing, and notifying folks who applied or reapplied through the cannabis permit portal that was relevant for phase 1 and phase 2 applicants. In December, we completed the review of all 990 portal application submissions. We are wrapping up our work with County Council and outside counsel to determine next steps for those who have incomplete submissions. And once we've completed the process with council, we'll provide an update to the public. And we are hoping very much so that we'll be able to provide that update next week. And we'll also be notifying agents of incomplete applicants and those incomplete applicants themselves of what our next steps look like. But I do want to clearly state that the MCP intends to provide a minimum of a 30-day notice to those
applicants who have incomplete applications and are eligible to correct their deficiencies via a 30-day corrections portal that we plan to open. So when we provide the update, I just want everyone to be rest assured that we aren't going to provide an update and then give folks a short period of time to wrap up their deficiencies for a 30-day corrections portal. We will provide a full 30-day notice before opening the portal for corrections for 30 days. We have been working diligently on staffing the MCP. I know a lot of folks have experienced our short staffing issues, and we apologize for that. We're doing the best we can. Our staff has been very committed. I thank all of them for their commitment and hard work. We did a first round of interviews and hired one new planner. So we welcome her to the staff, and we have one new staff assistant who we also welcome to the staff. And many of you are probably getting familiar with those two. And then we have a multitude of positions open still in the department, for which we have a significant number of applicants who have qualified for those positions. This was really based on putting together cannabis-specific recruitment. So I want to thank the board for helping us move that forward. It has been most helpful, and we will be doing several days of interviewing over the coming weeks to try to continue filling those positions. Okay, moving on to a local equity entrepreneur program update. I did include a pretty robust timeline that I'm not going to read word for word or even go through date to date in today's update. So I encourage everyone to please do review it. It is attached to the agenda item for today. But I thought that it was would be helpful for members of the community and for the board to just reflect on the development of the program. So the development of the program really started on February 25th of 2020. And we saw the first equity eligible applications come in right around we saw the first applications for eligibility come into the program early in 2021. Since then, we have been working diligently with our contract administrators, the Elevate Impact team, to not only review equity eligible applicants, but once someone has been determined or an entity has been determined to be eligible for equity, that is what allows them to then turn around and apply for a direct grant through the program, technical assistance through the program, and or fee waivers through the program. In July, when we brought some issues forward to the board around challenges that our applicants were facing with the economic threshold, there were only 11 candidates that had been approved for equity eligibility. We had received 0 complete direct grants, fee waivers, or technical assistance applications at that time. We jump forward to September after the board approved the removal, or I'm sorry, the elevation of the economic threshold from very low and extremely low to moderate. Our eligible applicants, our numbers jumped to 23 eligibility applicants. And we started to see direct grants be completed, fee waivers be completed, and technical assistant applications trickle in. And then in October, we again came to the board and asked for the full removal of the income threshold. Really, this was in October, on October 5th. And after the approval of the removal of the economic threshold, we really saw our numbers in the program start to increase pretty dramatically and significantly. So in October, on the 27th, we were up to 30 certified equity eligible applicants. And by December, that number had jumped to 71. In October, we had 7 completed direct grant applications, and completed in this terms means that they have been submitted a complete set of documents through the online application portal, and then they go into underwriting. So we have an in underwriting number on these tables, and then completed applications mean that they have completed that underwriting process, which generally takes about 4 to 6 weeks with the contract administrators for an applicant to complete that underwriting process for the direct grant. So in October, we had 7 completed direct grants. We had approved 5 of those, and then in December, after reviewing board direction from October 5th, had to go back and look at tax records, which pushed some of the timelines back out again. Today, we are all the way up to 19 fully completed direct grants. We have approved, meaning they have come to the department for review with recommendation from our underwriters, our contract administrators, the Elevate Impact team, and we have approved. This number is up from when I published this, but we are at, I think we've reviewed all 19 of these and have approved all 19 of these. One of these has made it all the way through the internal review process, and we're processing the first direct grant check in the sum of $50,000 this week, and expect it to be mailed to the applicant next week. In response to some questions that came up earlier about how often we review direct grant applications with our underwriters, we tend to do this on a weekly basis. We have a weekly Wednesday meeting. We have scheduled the last few of them for 2 hours. They're generally 1 hour. And this week we'll be meeting both on Wednesday and Thursday to review completed direct grant applications. Once an application is approved by the department, it takes an additional 4 to 6 weeks for it to go through the process of review in the county system, and then to have the check issued and mailed out. So there are some timelines that we just cannot escape currently. And then last but not least, the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program. On Christmas Eve, the County of Mendocino was awarded $17,586,406.61 to assist the county and the county's good standing applicants and permit holders in processing applications and then assisting through a direct grant program applicants in meeting their CEQA needs so that they can move on to an annual license at the state level. So we're looking forward to hosting this meeting about the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Programs, direct grant opportunities, on February 23rd, so we can move forward with preparing applications and a policy manual for that program. And a couple things that I want to mention that aren't in here. Yesterday, we were notified by the Department of GoBiz, well, the governor's Department of GoBiz, that our grant application that we submitted in December of 2021 was awarded, and we will be receiving an additional $2.9 million in equity grant funding from the state. So big shout out to MCP staff for putting that together and getting that submitted on time. And thank you to the state for continuing to fund the equity program. And then last but not least, I just want to make a quick statement about kind of a personal statement about my interactions with a couple of organizations near and dear to my heart. So as many of you know, in 2017, I helped found the International Cannabis Farmers Association, otherwise known as ICFA, whose mission is to empower traditional cannabis farmers through education, advocacy, and research. We formed this organization in response to farmers' expressed concerns about pending third-party independent distribution, the need for terroir-based appellation programs, and possible barriers of entry into the legal marketplace as regulations were developed. It has been a pleasure to serve with a brilliant team of board members and our founding executive director to accomplish these goals. And shortly after forming the ICFA, I joined the board of the California Cannabis Industry Association, otherwise known as CCIA, and have been honored to serve that organization as chair of the Agriculture and Manufacturing Committee for a number of years. But due to my ongoing commitment, to ensuring that farmers have a clear path to achieving full compliance locally and with the state, I have resigned from both positions, my position with ICFA and my board position with CCIA. And this will definitely give me more time to focus on achieving this important goal and objective, which is also a priority for the board and the cannabis community and this department. So I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
I don't see any yet, but I want to thank you and note that when I first saw your resume and learned about potential of you joining Mendocino County, those positions stood out as giving you expertise in the area that we were short. So I appreciate your dedication to Mendocino County.
Thank you.
Are there any questions about equity or the cannabis program in general? Mo?
I wanted to thank you, Kristen, for the report. It's helpful as a supervisor to have these things in writing so that when people ask questions, I'm not trying to track my my memory. So I know that moving forward, this will be I think it's a monthly report that'll be, I'm not exactly sure what's in the agenda, CEO report or in your own report, but I think it's really helpful. And I know that your team is working on doing these public meetings, which are also great, so people can ask questions in a more, although virtually, but more personal setting than a board meeting. That's incredibly helpful to the industry to be able to ask those questions. So I also appreciate the update on the staffing, because staffing is an issue across the country and all over Mendocino County. And I'm glad that you're able to have some applicants to interview. And we know that when we have people working in the cannabis department that are supportive of the industry and don't stigmatize it, we have a much stronger department, and we're able to move these applicants forward, which is what we all want, for people to be able to get into the legal regulated market.
John?
Yeah, so with the staffing, if you have 77 applicants and they're all qualified, and we have such a shortage, historic shortage in the cannabis program, and you're hiring 10, is my understanding. Why aren't we hiring 20? Or why don't we really staff up? Because we know what's coming before us with, we've got a lot of work with the portal, with Appendix Gs, with phase 3. So why don't we give everyone an opportunity to work?
Well, this is part of why we have interviews, right? Is so we can ensure that the folks that have qualified have the skills and that we need as the cannabis program. But also not everyone that we offer a position to may be interested in working for the cannabis program, right? They may have other job offers that have come in. They might be from out of the area and not willing to relocate once they consider it further. I mean, there's a number of things that will come up and kind of change the pool of qualification to potential job offers, right? And we are only allocated for so many positions. So we are looking to fill all of the positions we have been allocated to fill by the board. And we are looking at doing some temporary heavy levels of staff increases through bringing on some contract planners to assist with the phase 1 workload. That workload is somewhat temporary, right? In that the level of review associated with an initial permit is much more significant than the level of review associated with renewal. So I would hate to plan for staffing, full-time staff necessary to complete 100% of the reviews of initial applications with phase 1, and then not have the income coming in or the fees coming in or the workload to manage keeping that staffing on board with the department long term. So in the local jurisdiction assistance grant program application attached to today's agenda item, you will see that there is a plan to pad essentially our staffing with contract planners so that we have the ability to kind of swell our staffing ability to review phase one applications. And then hopefully the allocated positions are a long-term plan. I think we can sustain and we'll be able to meet the workload with long-term.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. First in the line is Monique Ramirez, followed by Hannah Nelson, Ron Edwards, Blair Claire, Sam De La Paz, and 3 voicemails.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Monique Ramirez, District 3, representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We submitted a memo on this agenda item, and it's a little disheartening that a lot of the questions we've raised specific to the equity grant are not being addressed right now in this meeting. So I will run them by you again, the top items that we really would like to hear some answers to before the end of this meeting right now. The first is, we asked in number 10, at this time, is there any concern from either the MCP or LEAP Elevate Impact that the funding is in jeopardy to be returned to the state because they're not able to award the money in time? We'd like to know when the hard deadline is for applicants to actually
Hey,
receive.
Mo, I
Yes?
think you're probably speaking for a lot of people with these questions, so I would rather pause the timer and get answers if that's okay.
Okay, that'd be great.
So repeat the first one.
Okay, so we want to just find out if they have concern that the funding might be in jeopardy to be returned to the state.
Kristen, this is a lightning round. Can we get concise answers? Are you worried about the county having to give money back?
I think that the applicants continue to complete their applications by the urgency deadline so that we can process them, that we will not be providing monies back to the state. I also want to be very incredibly clear here that the state is not mandated to comb back funds. That is a may in the language. And so they may choose to do so, but I do think the timeline supports the development of the program. And I have confidence that as long as applicants complete their underwriting process in a timely manner, we'll be able to approve and get those funds out the door by the February 28th deadline.
Next.
Okay, when did it become a requirement for applicants to submit quotes for items they wish to purchase in relation to the direct grant funding?
That became a requirement when we started processing the direct grant applications through the county's process, because we were getting so many questions about the figures or the numbers included in the budget line items. And quotes were the easiest way for us to explain how those numbers were arrived at. So it was a request of other departments. So we had a broader ability to explain to them how the funding would be used and how the line item was arrived at.
Okay. I'd like to know, or we would like to know, how many budgets are the MCP reviewing each week? Because you're talking about meeting every Wednesday, but you're not saying how many budgets you're actually looking at.
It depends on how many we can get through, right? Each budget is different, and sometimes there's more questions and sometimes there's less questions. Sometimes we look at a budget multiple weeks in a row as the underwriters answer our questions by going back to the applicant. So in general, we hope to get through 5 to 10 budgets each week, but that can take a couple of hours depending again on questions that might come up during that review process.
How can an applicant find out the true status of their application when faced with delayed responses from their LEAP underwriters or the head staffing?
I think email is the best way to do that, but I think applicants should be aware that the average underwriting time is 4 to 6 weeks. It is a process, and you're essentially working in partnership with your assigned underwriter to complete that underwriting process.
Okay, those are, I'd say, the bigger questions, and the rest, I think I cannot say. If you'd like.
We can try to provide answers to the rest and maybe get them up on our frequently asked questions or some such, if that works for everyone.
Thank you, Ted. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
yeah, thanks, Mo.
Um, yeah, if I can continue on, I want to just share. I mean, I also submitted my own personal story, and it was 19 pages worth of back and forth emails and this process to get through this funding. And I didn't expect anybody to even read past my first page. But I just wanted to highlight how inefficient, how just dysfunctional it has been, and how frustrating to ask for clarification on an item so that I could submit the proper documentation for my equity grant, and then to have no response for weeks on end, and then finally get a response, and then they didn't answer the thing correctly or ask for duplicative stuff they already have. And like, you just keep going down this rabbit hole and you're like, when is this going to end? And as I'm sitting here right now, I have no idea what's going on with my application. And I speak for so many applicants in this process. I'm just using my story as one example to highlight the inefficiencies and the concern that we have for the new application process that will start with the new direct grant. We cannot repeat this again. We just can't. Cultivators can't afford that. And also with the quotes, I understand that you guys need to see that, but the problem here is that because it's taking so long to actually get the funding, the quotes we provide are completely irrelevant by the time the funding will happen, because they're usually good for 30 days from a vendor, which has been brought up in our memo, and I'm trying to really press that. So I just, these are things that I don't think are necessary. In fact, we should be just providing the receipts after the funding has been given to us to prove the items in our budget were spent on those things. That to me seems like the right way to go. And the biggest thing we want to bring back is what Paul Hansberry wrote in his email about this not being taxable. If that is something that this board has control in shifting, we need to do that for all applicants. Otherwise, I'm going to have to come up with $14,000 when I get this check, and everybody else in this program will as well. And for some, that's going to be a hard thing to do. We all thought that maybe we could, break it out and do two payments and give funding in 1 year and funding in the next, but we didn't even get any funding in 2021. So it's just really frustrating, and I just wish there could be more conversation around it. I'm grateful that there's webinars, but a lot of the questions that we raise still don't get addressed after the fact. I've brought in many suggestions to Paula to help make this a streamlined process, and I've yet to see those things be implemented. So,
Or is it a discussion we should have? Is there a way to phrase these reimbursements so that they might not be taxable?
I don't know that I can speak to that definitively, but I'm not aware of anything that this board specifically could be doing. I know there are some situations in which certain actions can impact tax status, but I don't know that I've heard anything that would be sort of relevant and help in analyzing that.
I'm sure it's a concern of every applicant who's successful in receiving an award. Should we refer it to the ad hoc and county council, or do you feel confident in answering that it's outside of our control?
I would say in order to really have anything to research, I think I'd have to have some reason to think that it's something within the county's control. So if there's some specific proposal or some idea out there, we may be able to take a look at it, but I think we'd need some reason we need some starting point. We need some reason to think that there is some way for this to be considered non-taxable.
So I'm going to suggest to the public and to these applicants, if they see another county providing the same grant in a way that is documented as not being taxable, bring that to the ad hoc and they can work with county council. Does that work? Dan?
Yeah, I was just going to point out that the state of California has exempted business expenses from state income taxes related to cannabis. But my understanding, the federal government has not done the same, and federal income taxes are usually about double what state income taxes are. So, at most, maybe a third of the tax benefit could be deducted off of state income taxes. But I don't even know if any other county has been able to set up a system to take advantage of that.
John?
Well, a follow-up question would be, can this grant be used to pay these taxes?
So for county council through the chair, do we have the expertise to determine whether a grant we issue for cannabis related activity can be used to pay federal taxes?
That's really going to be a question of the state grant program. I think we probably need to work with the department and figure out if there what limitations or what uses are authorized under the grant program.
Is the ad hoc of Haschek and McGordy willing to take this on and report back?
Yeah, we can certainly look at it. I would, but does the program manager know?
I did ask this question of the state. They do believe that income taxes, the amount of income tax based on receiving a grant, right, could be considered an ongoing expense for the awardee. However, there's not a jurisdiction that they're aware of, because I asked, that has implemented direct grant funding for the purposes of covering the tax liability associated with receiving that grant. So they're open to it being folded in, but they didn't have any implementation suggestions because no local jurisdiction to date has offered that so far.
Okay, so the ad hoc will research, and if they find an example, they can bring it back to us. Otherwise, let's consider it asked and answered. Do we have more public comment?
We do. Next on the line is Hannah Nelson.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try and be very quick, but I have a lot of topics to discuss. First, with respect to the upcoming meeting, it would be incredibly helpful if the timing was earlier than 3:30, since it's inevitable that the discussion will go longer than an hour and a half. And in the past, MCP has explained that they needed to let staff go at 5, which is understandable. Also, the webinar format is not very conducive, where you have to submit written questions to really have an interactive process that's meaningful. And of course, MCP is doing their best, but the format is clunky and not really designed, doesn't lend itself to the kind of interactive process that really needs to happen to clarify a lot of stuff. I've submitted a couple of memos, and one of the issues dealt with the need for an appeals process, and I emphatically asked that the ad hoc be tasked with developing an appeals process and directing staff to work to develop an appeals process. Next, the contiguous expansion affidavit and SSHR issue was not mentioned in the director's report, and this is a significant issue that is holding up some of the portal applicants and prior good standing applicants. Interesting to note that the county's application for the local jurisdiction grant actually precisely supported the statements that I make in the memo on the grant application pages 14 and 15, comes to the exact same conclusion that I came to in my memo with respect to the contiguous expansion affidavit. The next issue has to do with the equity grants, and I appreciate that it's moving to the ad hoc, so I'll really reiterate a lot of things there. But the tax issue is not just about whether the tax on the grant, receiving the grant funding, can be included, which it sounds like the state would allow, but also whether or not those funds the grant funds in general can be used to pay local cultivation taxes as an ongoing expense and other matters. And this has nothing to do with federal cannabis prohibition at all. Also, with respect to the issue of recategorizing it as a tax issue, I believe that Paul Hansberry's memo did in fact outline a possibility after he checked with the IRS and accountants. The next issue is the op-ed and supplemental report, and really all I ask is
Next in the line is Ron Edwards.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
I would just ask if Ms. Nelson could finish her statement. Sounded like she was almost complete.
Yeah, if she's still on the line.
Ms. Nelson, you can unmute and continue.
thank you. I'll keep it brief, just that we get clarity on whether, and thank you very much for letting me finish, clarity on whether or not the ad hoc will or will not take on additional items and what the correct process for bringing these additional items to the fore, so that on the one hand, the issues are flushed out, on the other hand, and streamlined by the time it gets to the full board, and on the other hand, the full board has an opportunity to weigh in. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I want to comment on that last one. What I've heard is the board is generally willing to broaden the scope of that ad hoc. I'm not sure that the ad hoc members want to take on everything cannabis related. And it's likely that we will have to have a special meeting at some point soon to discuss cannabis related items. It would help the county if we could have cannabis not end up as public comment on unrelated items, because then we would have more resources to dedicate towards actually hearing the cannabis items in entirety and in a cohesive way, and hopefully make some progress. We do need concrete proposals, not just concepts. We can't have a meeting where people show up to complain. We know the state's program doesn't work for our county. If there are areas where we can tune it, we need to know exactly what that tuning looks like. Glenn and John, are you willing to take any of the topics that Hannah just offered as part of your cannabis ad hoc?
I want to wait and see a little bit to see what our kind of our laundry list is. It sounds like we will be taking on the taxation issue as part of the equity ad hoc. So we'll commit to that for sure.
Can you also look at whether local cannabis taxes can be paid? Frankly, it would help the county if we're able to allow grant awardees to use some of that money to pay us what they already owe. That would help our general fund. Can you look at that?
Yes.
Chair, may I ask an additional question, is whether or not it's a kind of a catch-22 with bringing direct information and specific red lines to the full board if staff is not directed to work on it. So through
the chair, let me clarify. The process is a supervisor can see a proposal from any member of the public, bring it to the full board to ask that staff resources be available to perfect the concept. So if you bring an item to, say, Supervisor Haschek, and he thinks that it's a good idea, he can ask that it show up on an agenda to allocate county council time, maybe cannabis director time, and so forth to perfect it, and then bring it back for a vote. But we can't commit any supervisors, to any particular idea.
No, totally. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I guess the message here is the five of us want to see applicants be successful. Nobody is trying to hold applicants back. Some of these problems, we hear a suggestion, we look at it with staff when we find it's just not viable. There are reasons. And but it's not that any of the five of us want to stop people from getting licensed. We want to see cannabis transition to a legal market. Do we have more public expression?
We do. Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Yeah, I've got a couple of quick things on the update. We get the Canna notes, but yet is it possible to have a direct link in the Canna note for the Zoom meeting? Because it's really difficult sometimes if the issue isn't on the calendar, trying to get on that day. So that would be really help an expansion of the Canna notes. And it was mentioned that for these equity grants, they're doing 5 to 10 a week. Well, we're going to get to the end of February before those have all been reviewed. And, I have heard for at least 3 meetings that the state may bring it back. Can we get a solid yes or no? They will allow us to extend that or not? Because if we wait till the end of this month, then we're going to be back at that point of, well, we don't have time to do it. But we need a solid answer on that so that we will know how fast to process these. Maybe we need 2 meetings a week, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to work if we don't have that answer. And I am really confused, Chair Williams, on what approach we're supposed to take. You say you want solid issues, you want a supervisor to bring it. Well, if Supervisor Hashchecks brings something forward and nobody else wants it, again, how does that go forward? If it's an agenda item, then we're back to having these cannabis issues. And an example is in the crop report. I asked if we could have nurseries reported in the next crop report. Where am I supposed to ask that question to? That was pertinent to the item that we were listening to at the time. And MCA and Hannah do a great job, but if you are saying that they are the only liaisons between the ad hoc, how does the public get involved? We had over 24 correspondents on this issue today. There was a meeting where actually a hotel conference room was rented this weekend where people could get together that were frustrated, that aren't in MCA, that aren't with Hannah. And so where is their voice going to be heard? So I think that it's nice to say, bring it back, but I think we really need to have something, really solid. I mean, there's a meeting on the 15th. I'm not sure what we're using that for. We keep adding things to the ad hoc, but, it's, can they take it or not? So, again, today, there was a very detailed meeting memo that Hannah put forth on fallowing. We're leaving this meeting today having no idea where that issue is. So it's frustrating for you. It's frustrating for those of us who work on public policy that do this as a volunteer work. And it's frustrated the board for 4 years. So at what point do we stand back and look and go, hey, let's really fix this? And I appreciate your ability to try to smooth things and move things through, but it doesn't seem like it's working with the red line submissions. So we really need to fix these policies. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Edwards, can you hear me? My question is about the cannabis crop report, which included 146 licensed nurseries and their square footage. And so I'm not sure what information on nurseries wasn't provided. And maybe that would be helpful for the ag department and the supervisors to understand.
Maybe we can go.
Cannabis nurseries were not included in the crop report. It was about flower, but none of the details of the cannabis nurseries that are licensed in the county.
Okay, well, I'll email it to you. Maybe you might want to just take another look and we could talk about it offline.
Next on the line is Blair Eclair, followed by Sam de la Paz. Blair is no longer on the line. We'll be moving on to Sam de la Paz.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Hello, board. My name is Sam De La Paz. I work with 421 Group. We have several clients throughout Mendocino County. I've had several over the years. And also am the vice president of Hessel Farmers Grange down here in Sebastopol, California. We also have a couple of associate members from Mendocino County. So no specific district am I representing today, but I just want to comment in support of previous commenters, including Ron, Hannah, Michael, and Mo. I'm really concerned for Mendocino County. I was a Mendocino County resident for 25 years. I grew up with Supervisor Hashcheck's son. I have known Mo for years. I'm really concerned about the state of things in, you know, my home county. I see it happening down here in Sonoma County. I see it happening everywhere. And I just want to emphasize the importance of dialogue with the community. So whether it's an ad hoc committee or a standing committee, it's really discerning. It's really concerning to me to see the, you know, the lack of support for either one of those items when we have a big tax revenue generator and we have farmers that are literally going out of business. And it's even worse than that in some scenarios. So I just really want to emphasize that the board support these operators by creating meaningful dialogue, engage with MCA. I want to support MCA's memo submitted as well. Many of those same concerns concern us and concern a lot of the advocacy efforts that I take part in when it comes to small farmers and preserving our legacy of, you know, producing some of the best cannabis in the entire world. And that has happened through craft farming and small legacy landholders. And I just really want to put the emphasis on taking action, taking initiative, because if you know, even when it comes to a tax issue, I know that that's a topic in every county. We need you guys to push back on the state for tax reform and everybody to find a happy medium that works for, you know, allocating funds to our communities, but also taking it easy on our cultivators and figuring out how we can remain inclusive and encourage participation in the regulated market. Because if that doesn't happen, if we continue to lose trust of our stakeholders, then you're not going to have a regulated market to tax. So please, please show your support for engaging further with MCA, engaging further with the stakeholder community and the smaller advocacy groups like Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. Thank you so much for hearing my comments today. And I really wish the best for Mendocino County. A big part of my heart is there.
Next on the line is Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. This has been a very interesting conversation, a very interesting day today. You know, we find ourselves in a challenging situation where we are hearing both that the board is interested in discussing all of the items that are still plaguing the cannabis industry, but we also see that there's not an interest to have an ongoing committee. And we are also chastised for making comments on items that do actually relate to cannabis. The strategic plan relates to cannabis because cannabis is a huge part of this county's economy. The crop report obviously relates to cannabis because there's a cannabis addendum. And so we see that our efforts to engage with the county to create meaningful change have so far not been successful. And so we find that these are our methods to communicate. We are appreciative of the meetings that are coming up with MCP, and we certainly feel that this report that was presented today is a step in the right direction, but we also do not feel that it accurately represents the substantial challenges that are facing our community. The dozens of letters that you all received, I hope, do illustrate that more. I hope that you look at all those and evaluate the challenges that people are facing. There are efforts in counties all around us and throughout the state to alleviate the challenges that our cannabis community is facing. And yet we are here still trying to convince the board to have a meeting to discuss existential issues on a regular basis. And to, you know, insinuate that there have not been red line documents with specific proposals provided for many of the items that are being discussed today is not accurate. The following red line proposal was provided. So that's there. We would like to see it discussed at the special meeting. We have provided direct suggestions as to how the language of the equity program should be revised to be as expansive as possible for the direct grant funding allowances based on all state approved uses. We would like to see that discussed in a special meeting. We know that there are limitations on what staff can do without board direction. So we would look to see the board provide direction that a reasonable appeals process be implemented and that happen before denials begin from the cannabis program. There are so many more issues that are in the memos that we sent, and hoping that you read all of them, I just urge you to evaluate the voice of your constituents and the people who are represented by CCAG and Hannah Nelson and the consultants that you have heard, and yes, by MCA, who are reaching out to you for help at this time. And so please schedule a special meeting no later than February 15th. That date was brought up. And let's start trying to actually solve these problems in an engaged way, working together instead of question, answer, silence, and then not directly engaging, because so far that hasn't been working and we really need to see some changes. Thank you for your consideration.
Now we have 3 voicemails.
My name is Corinne Powell. I'm addressing item 4F on today's agenda. I am very concerned about my permit renewal status. I began the process on December 21st. I have had no fewer than 22 email interactions with the department. Since then, I have had 2 staffers applied to my account as reviewers. I have had interactions trying to produce the best and most accurate renewal. There is confusion on my part between why the department has applied Appendix G requirements or their intended Appendix G site plan and other item requirements instead of just renewing my permit via instructions and information that is online. My permit expires tomorrow. I have had no indication that I will have process by then. I'm extremely concerned. I have been an active participant in the county's process for years. I am fully paid up in taxes, and I have done everything requested of me. I would like the board to investigate why permits like mine are on hold. There seems to be no rationale, and I'm very, very, very concerned. Please address these issues. Thank you.
Hey, Corinne.
She was a voicemail.
Right, silly me.
David Silverstone, item agenda 4F. I'd like to know where the equity grant funds the state gave the county are and what's taking them so long to be redistributed. I've submitted all that was required over 2 months ago and have been told nothing, but we will get back to you over and over. I've been asked multiple times for the same documents, which are already on file in other county offices prior to being told to wait for my application to be approved. Some of the grant fund expenditures proposed on the grant application are for items that are now due, and those bills are to be paid with what? The reason I am applying for this grant is because there has been insufficient profits after taxes, which account for almost 50% of my gross income. Just to let you know, a 5,000 square foot farm can only generate $20,000 in net profits per year after all taxes and expenses are paid. Therefore, a $5,000 minimum tax on that income is 25% to the county alone. There is now also another tax, 50% on cultivation straight to the state called the state cultivation tax, which accounts for $160 of every pound, now valued at $300 or greater than 50%. The combination of these 2 tax forces is crushing the smallest of farmers and allowing only the largest companies to survive. The immediate release of grant funds to pay the bills the county departments are sending, an immediate repeal of the county minimum tax to replace with a reasonable percentage of sales tax is what is needed first and foremost to save this county's cannabis industry. Thank you.
Good morning. Susan Tibbin, lovingly and legally, speaking on item 4F. We would like to continue paying our taxes. It is not that we do not want to pay taxes. We just want them to be fair. The current tax structure was created when the market was far, far different from today. The punitive tax structure is fueling the alternative market and bankrupting us. Small farmers who want to continue in the newly legalized market need taxes, but they need them to be fair. The equity grant funds are a glaring example of how unfair and punitive things are. The taxation associated with equity grant funds is an additional burden to the applicant's ongoing expenses. The minimum business tax, the income tax, the self-employment tax, they should all be eligible line items in the budget for the direct grant. Especially due to the numerous delays, we should be able to be reimbursed for eligible items on our budget. You know, the equity program will be considered a success if the monies are dispersed by the deadline of February 28th. However, a farmer's season has a very different timeline from the grant programs. So please, going forward, work with us as small farmers. And thank you for your continued engagement and for this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
That concludes the voicemails. We do have Blair Eclair back on the line, so we will be letting them speak as well. Blair, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. Hi, this is Blair Eclair. I'd like to say, first of all, I appreciate and hear sort of like a tone of a different approach to kind of resolving the issues around us that us cannabis cultivators have, and hopefully having a special meeting. And you know, I really don't want to have to be on here, you know, having to comment on things, and I think many of us don't, but I think part of it just comes out of frustration of feeling like still having so many issues, and a lot of them not necessarily being listened to and being resolved. But so far, it's looking forward to some of the change direction that's happening in the meeting today. That being said, I also would like to just describe a little bit that I was hoping to see more. It's great to see that the MCP is staffing up, but I still have really grave concerns about the ability for MCP to be able to get through the amount of applicants and work that needs to be done. Like, I've had an embossed receipt since the beginning of 2018, and I've always done everything that has needed to be done, and just basically just waiting for things to happen. And it seems like all the different parts of the program right now is sort of have constantly been in the same position, whether it's the equity program, people trying to deal with Appendix G, or folks who are in good standing trying to move to their annuals. My application that was in the that I had since 2018 had to go to the portal, even though pretty much everything was turned in. Anyways, I would just really like to, in some of the reports, for there to be a clear description and understanding of how the MCP plans to approach getting all of these different aspects completed. As I really feel like at this point, just sort of biting my nails to the deadline of when we all need to have our annuals, and just having feeling like absolutely zero control to help things move forward, knowing that I'm doing everything correctly and just trying to continue my business here, and just not knowing what the outcome is going to be. So having some more clear understanding of how the program is functioning and what the process and priorities are going to be of what groups are going to be processed and when, I think would be really helpful. So far, the only information I've been have been offered is that basically portal entries won't be looked at again that were complete until Q2, and so that just concerns me as well too.
That concludes public comment.
Bringing it back to the board, I think we need to come up with a new strategy for process in working with the cultivators. And I hear the ad hoc doesn't want to take on more. There isn't support for a standing committee. We can do a special meeting. One probably won't do it. After we get through that meeting, in a month we'll have complaints and it'll be the same problem over again. Any thoughts on how we can turn this around? Somehow, we need the information to be out there, crystal clear about our status and process. applicants need a way to find out where they are. Some of the ideas I've heard, like tax changes, are not within our authority. We're not changing federal or state tax code. I don't even want to go there. We've tried advocating with the state. We passed a resolution. That's about all we can do. And it's true, the state tax on cannabis is fueling the illegal market. But again, it's not. That's, I think we've made our statement. That's all we can do. Renewals, we could ask the program to tell us what the renewal process is, but I think we need to revamp the way we work with the public. It's not any of these specific issues. It's as issues arise. What is our process? Is it 3 minutes of comment at a board meeting and hope somebody answers? Mo?
I would like to see it not be 3 minutes at a board meeting and hope somebody answers. I think that, we have heard from our cannabis program director. We have workshops happening. We have information being put on the website. It's up to each board member to be informed about all of the departments within the county. And if they have questions, they can ask. We've also heard from the cannabis program director that individuals that have concerns should reach out. I think that we have over 1,000 people that have tried to get into the legal regulated system. And, frankly, I feel sorry for the people that have submitted all of their information are just waiting to be processed, because we have a lot of people that have done things incorrectly. And I don't feel that the people that have done things correctly should be punished because of the people that are making poor choices. So it is very challenging, but I think creating processes of providing information on a regular basis, people need to sign up for that information. They need to seek that information, and they need to seek information as individuals for their specific application, because no two applications are the same. And, it's really not just cannabis. I mean, we have these challenges in other departments as well. So I think there's a lot of emphasis placed on the department because it's new, which is great. And I would like to see it really be successful, but we shouldn't pretend that our cannabis department is the only department that we're working through some issues on.
John?
Well, there are issues out there, and Supervisor McGordy and I have been working a lot with issues regarding equity grant and the portal. It's there are these huge, programs going on, and we've got the local jurisdiction assistance grant. We've got people trying to get their Appendix Gs. We've got all sorts of stuff, and I think that we should have a timeline moving forward about what the program sees as, being the route that people are going to get their annual licenses. How do we get people to that point? Because we've got this $17.5 million to make it happen. And, I don't know the timeline right now. We don't even know when the portal is going to open again. So, and I think that the board needs to be engaged on some of these big policy issues too. As much as we hate to change the program or anything right now, I think that we need to be more engaged. And, if we had a standing committee where, people could go and, a couple supervisors could listen to their concerns, that might go a long ways where we could address them and then bring back issues. But since no one else wants to do it, we're left with, now we have 2 ad hoc committees working on these cannabis issues. And, we'll do the best we can. It is frustrating.
And I would like to shift the dynamic away from blaming staff. I mean, what I see is hardworking public servants that have a really difficult ordinance without proper tools. I mean, it's an impossible task to pull off. And I know some will get through, a lot won't. I don't know, personally, I don't know how to turn it around. And I know we're trying to hire. We probably don't have enough space to hire as many people as we need. We don't have a lot of digital records. And we don't even have a good forum for hearing the problems and addressing them. And, Supervisor Haschek, as you said, a lot of these complaints are sort of one-off. Somebody has a problem that nobody else has had. And, email is the wrong tool. Email threads, scrolling through email, trying to find answers over the years. It's like we should have had proper tools from the beginning, but, implementing those tools today won't fix where we're at. So, I don't mean to add more complaints, but I hope we can all be thinking about a different pattern going forward. It can't just be people calling in to complain as public comment and referrals to the program. It's not working. Glenn?
So I'm trying to understand this a little bit. When people are going for an annual renewal of their license versus someone who's trying to get their permits for the first time, are they going through the same workflow, or are those sort of separated when they get to the MCP?
Kristen?
Yeah, hi there, Kristen Navidal, Cannabis Program Director. So there is a renewal application page on the Mendocino County Cannabis Program website. We have been shifting the policy slightly on the renewals. It has been the responsibility of the applicant to manage applying for the renewal in a timely fashion and then getting that renewal conducted, as opposed to the department providing notice that a renewal is coming up and necessary. If an individual applying for renewal has not made changes to their cannabis permit, their cultivation site, their nursery site, their structures, etc., that renewal can be processed fairly quickly. However, we have a number of permits that were issued within our program that were issued without complete materials. So in these instances, it's likely that those permits were issued prior to clarification from the state as to what's required for permitting and licensing at the state level. So this has complicated renewals for some of those folks, as we've had to go back and ask for additional materials that were not included in their initial permit issuance. And then previous policy in the department had been that the only time an applicant could, or a permit holder could, conduct modifications to their permit, they change a permit type, add a structure, a water source, relocate within the same parcel perhaps. The only time that those modifications could occur is during the renewal process. So we have a tendency to get renewals, not in all cases, but because of that policy, it's triggered a tendency for the department to receive renewals that are no longer outdoor, they're now mixed light. They're no longer 5,000 square feet, they're 10. Or they have a number of new buildings or structures, or right. So those changes vastly slow down the renewal processing. So over the summer, in July, when we came to peer hearing, we established both renewal and modification fees, and are getting ready to, and I think we'll have this ready for the February 9th meeting, publicizing policies for renewal and for modification, so that folks that really don't have changes to their cultivation site can experience a streamlined renewal process. The fees have been lowered, so a renewal without modifications would be $733, and if your renewal is associated with modifications, you could pay an additional modification fee, file the additional paperwork that might be necessary, and that modification fee, which could be attached to a renewal or a standalone opportunity for the permit holder, would be $733. So we do recognize the need to streamline, but we do also, in order to move folks forward to annual licenses at the state level, need to make sure that they have complete materials on file, whether that's an application moving towards permit issuance or it's a renewal application. So I hope that helps.
That helps. And then I'm curious too, so during the process, is everything electronic, so you kind of know how things are completed? So in other words, can you access all of the applications at any given time and give someone an answer where they stand in the process?
Not currently. So unfortunately, the tracket system that is utilized to kind of house as like the master document housing for all permit applications and issued permits is in need of development. So there is a couple of different areas in that system where planners can keep notes about referrals, such as an AQMD referral or an SSHR referral. And then there's a secondary area, which is more heavily used, where we could keep track of all relevant application materials. However, that has not been fully built out to reflect the application materials that are required of a cultivation or nursery operator. We have put into the local jurisdiction assistance grant program funding and staff hours to complete that build out. But again, this is a project that has yet to be fully undertaken.
Because that seems like a goal would be to have the ability of having sort of a customer care or a concierge who could help somebody if they call in and say, hey, where exactly am I? Then they can take a very quick look, you know, in a database that says you've got this, this, and this taken care of. We're waiting on this. And, you know, that way, I think a lot of what's really bothering the applicants is just not knowing where they stand.
If applicants email us, we do take the time to, you know, track down their status. Sometimes this is easy to do and sometimes it's not, depending on where they are in the process. And over the years, the way planning staff has been directed to track their reviews has changed and varied. And we also are in a unique position today as two of our planners who had very high volume of applicants are no longer with the department. So we're, you know, deep diving into their files and assigning them. But needless to say, in addition to building out Track It further to give administrative staff the better visibility on the status of applicants, we are also putting some new project review protocols in place so that everyone in the department will have access, or I guess better to say, visibility as to what's completed and what's in or currently under review with a planner. So we are trying to address these issues that applicants are experiencing. But again, these things take time, and adding staff will help this significantly, I believe.
Glenn, we're trying to solve a 21st century regulatory problem using 20th century primitive tools. I mean, it's a paper-based office with files.
Yeah, I'm beginning to understand that better and better. And then on top of that, we've got you know, very crazy market conditions, which any ag commodity goes through. We've got a tax system that sounds, you know, confiscatory. I mean, it was based on a very high value crop, which now is not high value. So you know, these are all coming together into a perfect storm. And now we've pretty much locked ourselves into a production model of 10,000 square feet. And I just don't know how competitive that's going to be, given what else is going on around us in other parts of the state in terms of economy of scale. So this is going to be really challenging for everyone involved.
Should we accept the report and move on? Okay. There's no CEO report this week, no legislative updates. We're on to 5C, Supervisors Reports. Mo?
I submitted my report and ready.
Dan?
Just briefly, Congressman Huffman is convening roundtables on on aspects of the infrastructure bill that Congress passed. President Biden signed into law, and on yesterday, I participated in a roundtable on transportation with Howard DeShield from Mendocino County, along with Humboldt, Del Norte, Trinity County reps. And Howard did a great job going through kind of the litany of county projects, and which were pretty similar to what we heard from other counties too. And then also he pointed out that that there would be some money in there for EV charging stations. So I immediately went back and had an impromptu Zoom meeting with Mendocino Council government staff, because in order to get transportation funding, you typically do have to have the projects identified in the regional transportation plan, which is set for adoption next Monday. And so we kind of crafted some quick language to make sure that we fully captured the EV charging stations that we want to see on public and private parking lots in the county. And so that'll be seen as an amendment for the adoption on Monday with Supervisor Hashak at MCOG. So hopefully we will be eligible to apply for those funds for our parking lots.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I was thankful for Supervisor Mulherin doing a written report. And I thought that we had agreed that we would do this. I'm just wondering what the format will be. I think that we should standardize it so we're all doing our reports kind of the same way and at the same time, so that people can really see what we're doing and that we understand what each other is doing with the different ad hocs. Because a lot of times people will say, well, what's going on with, tax sharing or whatever? And I'll say, well, I don't know, because it's an ad hoc and we don't have any information on it. So I think it really the ad hocs need to be reporting out in a systematic way. I thought we agreed on, and so that we know what each other is doing and we can report out to people, with that information. That being said, the Cannabis ad hoc met on Friday for a couple hours with staff, talked about the portal and equity grant issues, and certainly, as we can see, we haven't resolved them. And Supervisor Jurdy and I met last week on housing. We had a very good discussion and looked at, I think we created some subcommittees to work on different issues, and we will continue that process. And so that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I think we can adjourn at about 4:20.
We do have public comment.
Go for it.
First on the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Hannah Nelson.
Yeah, I don't see any benefit in making further comment, as we didn't get any conclusion on where we're going to go with policies and readouts. So I just hope that, it's only left for public expression next meeting. Thank you.
Next on the line is Hannah Nelson. Hannah, if you're on the phone, you can hit *6 to unmute.
Yeah, thank you. I have no further comment except that I look forward to an additional public meeting and the further work of the ad hoc. And thank you very much.
That concludes all public comment.
Thanks. And just for the record, when we went to closed session earlier, there were no public comments in the queue. And with that, I think we can adjourn at 4:24.
Just one question.
Yes.
I thought we agreed to how the ad hocs were going to report out. So can we get some agreement on, how we will do that?
Oh.
Yeah, I thought we agreed that we were doing what I did. submitting the month prior, the first meeting of the month. So I've submitted all of the work that I did in January with ad hocs and special assignments, first meeting in February, and then I would do February, first meeting in March. That's what I thought. As far as a template is concerned, I think we're all a little bit different. And so some people may not want to be as brief as I am. That's, I think, up to each board member, in my opinion. But I think having it at the first meeting containing the information for the month prior is, I think, a reasonable standard template.
I think you're a trendsetter.
Yeah,
We have our
I think
template.
that's what we need to do.
Can we adjourn?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we're done. 4:25.